It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Just keeps getting colder.
Yeah, a little chilly.
43 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 50s, but it looks like it's going to be sunny. At least no rain today, which is good. Got that going for us. And we will get back into the high 60s Friday, 60s Saturday, but Sunday's going to be rainy in the mid 50s. So if you're going to do the pumpkins, do them on Saturday.
Yeah, do it.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's talk about work.
All right.
You know, there are two kinds of jobs, your blue-collar jobs and your white-collar jobs. And I like to think that the three of us are working-class blue-collar workers stuck in a white-collar situation.
Yeah.
Right? Because we don't have the education to be...
We do not.
Well, 2 out of the 3 of us don't have the education to be white-collar workers. And every job that you and I had before this were manual labor kind of jobs, right? Which is why I think it's so difficult to, how do I put this? I guess deal with what corporate jobs can ask of you sometimes. For example.
Yeah.
So we work for a company that's out of Philadelphia, and it's like all these levels of corporate and management and stuff like that, right? And we have like 10 bosses. We've met 2 of them, right? Nice people, nice people. Yesterday, Kimmy and I got an email letting us know.
Last night.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Last night, we got an email letting us know that we had to be a part of a mandatory Zoom meeting about this whole like behind-the-scenes technical stuff. They gave us 3 options, but we had 48 hours notice to make this work.
Okay.
And it's a mandatory. You have to be at one of them.
So the task has to be completed in 48 hours.
Yes,
whatever this is.
It's an hour long, and it is mandatory, absolutely mandatory, that you are on one of these meetings with this person who apparently is high up in this company, but I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
I've never heard of them before. Kimmy, have you ever come across this person before?
The name did not sound familiar.
Okay. And like, I'm assuming, Kimmy, there's going to be like 300 people on each of these Zoom calls.
There's a long list of names.
Okay. Company-wide.
But I guess, you space it out between 3 different times.
And again, I mean, like, everybody, we all have lives, you know what I mean? Like, we work where we got that thing, and then we got the families at home, right? And then, so, like, I'm going through the times of this meeting, meetings yesterday, right? So tomorrow there's one at dinner time, but I can't do that.
Perfect.
Even if I was going to blow off dinner, my daughter's got most likely a tennis match. They're playing sectional, so I can't do that one, right? There's one tomorrow at like noon, right? But
I think it's like as soon as the show ends.
Okay, so that's not going to work, right? Because then I got to get my nap in to make sure I can get. And then there's one Friday at 1 o'clock, but my daughter has a hockey tournament in Pittsburgh this weekend. Okay. So I'm going to be on the road with her in the car, and I can't do a Zoom meeting while I'm on the road. So, like, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do here. There's no way to make this work.
Blow it off.
I can't.
But here's the thing about this meeting in particular. Like, this is information that you're going to need, and that's like the worst part about it. Like, even if you could come up with an excuse to get out of it, you still at some point need the information.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, Tommy and I are in the unique situation. And Kimmy, I don't mean this to sound belittling. I don't. But you never really had like a manual labor. Oh, no, you cleaned dorms when you were in college. Okay, all right, I'm sorry.
I cleaned.
Sorry.
She's always dressed for manual labor. This girl could clean in a second.
I don't know how many people have had jobs on one side of the collar and the other side of the collar, right? And I'll say up front, you and I are the luckiest people in the world. Kimmy hates being here, but that's fine. We appreciate all the effort you put in. I love this job, and I will do it until they tell me I can't come here anymore. But life is so much easier dealing with your coworkers and bosses when you work in the blue-collar world.
Oh, yeah.
Than it is in the white-collar world. I hate corporate America.
Do you think, though, we may be underestimating some of those blue-collar jobs and the stuff like this that they may have to do? Depending on, like, the kind of company they work for, they may also be required to do kind of this, you know what I mean?
I don't know
like
what it's like now compared to when I did it.
Because, like, I do know people that
ago.
have those jobs, and they'll bitch about, similar things of, like, having to deal with people they've never met, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it may not be you might not be able to avoid it as much as you think.
All right, maybe you're right. And if I'm wrong, tell me. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I guess the thing that I miss the most about those manual labor jobs was the decision makers being in front of you the entire time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you used to go. We used to have like these when I worked in the grocery business. You'd have like your supervisor come in, and you all went in the back room, and you stood around while they just told you some crap.
Yeah.
And half of it was them just bragging about themselves, and it was pretty base stuff. But it was it was very cut and dry.
Right. And like on top of that, like, look, granted, nothing changed much, but if there was an issue, I could pull my boss aside or my manager right ahead of me and be like, listen, man, here's the situation, or listen,
walk me through this.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, hey, I can't do this, or is there a way we can make this work? And it seemed like every time I did that, whether or not I got the answer I wanted, they were cool about it.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like you felt heard. And I don't know, and I know it's not this company in particular, it's all corporate America where it's just words that don't mean anything that they say back to your face, and then you're like, I don't know what happened, and then it's over.
Corporate speak.
Yeah, we're going to put a pin in this, we're going to loop back around. I like the think piece that you have going on here, but we need to put our minds together, and once we do that, I think we can all come to a conclusion.
You got to do a drinking game during it. Every time somebody says pivot, we need to pivot. We had to pivot.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
If somebody needs a job, man, and they got to do their job, so they got to look like they're doing something.
Okay, look, if anyone's
Kimmy made a perfect point. Like, you're going to have to sit down and watch something today, and you're going to have to physically sit at a scheduled time and do this, where they could have put it all on a video that you could go back and look at any time. You don't need to do this. And it would be perfect for her. But she's going to have to sit there for an hour
and then
scheduled and do it.
Yeah.
And it could be one of those things, too, where if I'm only watching it one time, I mean, I'm going to have questions when I actually go to physically do it. And that the complicated thing is when you don't have those face-to-face interactions, well, how do I explain this in an email? Who do I have to schedule time with to answer my questions?
And then put a pin in that pivot.
Oh, you just blew up the
pivot pin.
You just pivot is blown.
It is amazing the people that I've technically talked to at the company we work for that I've never actually spoken to. It's just been through emails or, things like that where I feel like I kind of know that person, but I couldn't tell you what they look like or how they speak or anything really about them.
So here's what I'm trying to reckon with.
What's that?
And I guess this situation kicks off this question. I can't figure out which world is an easier world. If it's the working class blue collar world or if it's sitting in an office working in this white collar world. Because on one hand, being here, I have in a corporate world, you don't have really any control over your own life. You know what I'm saying? Career. You're expected to do things after the job is over. You're never really off the job. You get an email from your boss at 7 o'clock at night and you don't respond. They're not going to be, yes, it's off hours, but, we're looking for dedicated people here and blah, 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 blah. And I hate it and I hate it and I hate it. But on the other hand, working those, manual labor jobs beats your body the hell up.
It's exhausting.
Right? It is exhausting, right? So the personal relationships in those jobs and the feeling that I had more control over my life was great. But I do get to sit in a chair and talk into a microphone in this job, despite the fact that I feel like at any moment someone could walk in, fire us, and we're completely out of here, and there's no saying it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what. I don't know which situation is a better situation. 252 WCMF 252-9263.
The only thing I miss about my old job, cutting meat, were the guys I worked with.
Okay.
I had a ball with those guys, but we weren't supposed to have the ball. So I don't know if that's a real clear answer there.
And do you wonder too if you could even get away with half the stuff you got away with today?
No, we'd be arrested.
It was kind of a moment in time where it was you hit the sweet spot.
Oh yeah.
Manual labor.
No, I think you guys are underestimating. It's like kids where we think we have kids under our thumb now because of technology. They find a way around it. Everybody that has a job finds a way around having to be a legit.
I just don't think that the stuff I did back then, you just no way.
Were you talking about stealing $30,000 worth of razor blades? Yeah, okay.
I mean, the amount of alcohol and drugs that were in the meat room at any given moment.
Wait, your mom was there?
It's terrible to say.
I didn't give her the nickname.
So I was with my own mother.
Look, I don't know what you said.
Deep South.
You said it was some bad stuff. No, I don't know. You bring up the camaraderie in those working class jobs. And as you say that, I just started to realize, there are some people here that we love and we get along with really well. Like, I lay down traffic for those people, right? But it also feels like in these corporate situations, there's much more competition where there doesn't need to be. Right? Like, there's this dong measuring contest sometimes between folks that work here and, you and me and whatever. And, it doesn't need to be. We're all working for the same goal here, man.
Yeah, but it used to be way worse. These morning shows don't really get along well. That was not the case when I started in radio.
Oh, okay.
Everybody hated everybody and didn't want to give up an inch.
Well, I get why people would hate you.
No, I was new. Everybody liked me. They didn't know me.
No, everybody was cool until you showed up, and then everybody hated each other. All right, 252 WCMF. With us, like I said, we are blue-collar people that were thrust into a white-collar world by no talent of our own. We just got lucky, and trying to figure out which life is the more satisfying, better.
Yeah.
Because better is better is subjective.
Yeah,
What's the word I'm looking for? Is it satisfying? Is it complete? Is it?
Yes, but I think satisfaction.
Okay. Let's talk to Kimmy. Help me out with this one. Salt. I'm sorry. Hey, Salt. How are you, buddy?
Hey, man. So, coincidentally, I've gone from digging ditches from my early teens to 20s to civil service and then to sitting in a building downtown where I am right now.
Okay.
So, personally, I wish I was still digging ditches because the amount of, toxicity that pours down onto your head at my level from, like you said, you got 10 bosses. Like, I realize now why the movie Office Space was made because I live that life now, and it's miserable. Personally,
it's funny you bring up the digging ditches thing. So, Tommy, I worked a job, Hot Shots volleyball.
Yeah.
So,
indoor volleyball.
So when I was 17, 18, I worked as a maintenance worker over there, and I would rake courts, and I would dig things out, and I would have to clean the place up. It was a lot of hands and knees, and I kind of thought that was going to be my job forever, unless I got famous doing stand up, and you saw my set, so that wasn't going to happen. Salt, to your point about going back to digging ditches, that job was tough, but I was on my own. And, I decided how hard I was going to work that day. And, if I kept myself busy, that day was going to fly. I got done, and I was full of sand and grime and dirt, and I was exhausted.
You didn't have to have a meeting about your performance.
Exactly. And I felt like I did something that day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was the same way. Because I'd be done by 3 p.m., and I could have the rest of the day. Hit the showers, and you can do whatever. You still can go to the bank. You can still go to a concert. You can still do a lot of things.
I got a question about digging ditches.
Yeah.
Because that was always hey, man, at least you're not digging a ditch. If you're having a bad day digging a ditch, what do you say to the other guy? Because that's it.
Well,
that's it. That's it.
And I did roofing. So there really, so the landscaping job was a sweet gig because I was pretty much just headphones on riding a mower all day. But there was nobody, if I had something to complain about, what would it be? Oh, hey, the thing needs a new tire.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, so why don't you go back and do the other jobs then, Salt? I'm sure they're there if you wanted them.
Well, that job was a sweet gig till the contract with the city got terminated.
Uh-huh.
And then it was not such a good job.
Probably your fault. You probably did something.
Right. But I did want to, I thought I was doing the right thing and changing myself. Trying to live a better life.
Sure.
And I think the mental tax of doing this job now is a worse trade-off than putting on my body physically.
No, I hear what you're saying.
I don't know how to explain it.
No, I know it's hard to put into words, but I get what you're trying to say. And Salt, I appreciate the call, buddy. Thanks for the call. To his point, you remember how physically exhausting it was cutting meat on your feet all day, working, moving things, right? There are, and again, if this job, I love this job. If it weren't for getting to work with you guys and how much fun this is and everybody listening and everybody calling the show and busting each other's balls, maybe there's, I'm not going anywhere. But, I'll leave here some days, completely exhausted. And I'm driving home why? Why are you tired right now? What happened? And it's always after a meeting with someone upstairs where it's I shouldn't be ready to go to sleep right now.
It's a different kind of, it's a different kind of mental exhaustion or something.
Yeah, you can feel drained mentally.
Yeah.
I hear you. All the meetings you got to go to.
I used to go to all of them.
Shut up. You were drunk at the meetings. That's why you don't go to the meetings anymore.
Try it, man. It works.
Let's take one more call. 252 WCMF. White collar versus blue collar. Corporate versus where were your hands? Joe's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
So one of the differences, Duffy, I think, when you're blue collar, your boss has been there before. He's been in your situation. He's done that work. He knows what the deal is. A little more leniency, I'm thinking. White collar, these guys come out of school with a 4 or 6 year degree. And they got a manual that tells them how you're going to do it and how you're going to do it and how you're going to do it.
College boy.
They don't have the sympathy. They don't know what you've gone through or what happens. What can take you away from following the rule book?
Douglas degree.
I tell you what, man, I would love to hop on the radio for a day with you guys. It'd be a riot. But to have to work knowing that someone could walk in and say you're out, absolutely not, man. That's nothing but a D-bag right there, man. I wouldn't want to live like that.
I don't know. Half the audience is hoping that someone walks in and tells us we're out. Joe?
You take the good with the bad, but I think blue collar, those people that are so-called bosses have been in your shoes before. They worked their way up to that.
No, that's a good take. That's a really good take. That's a good take. I think you're right.
I mean, I think that's a huge difference. They maybe a little more leniency, a little more understanding from the blue-collar side of a boss. Where the guy that comes out of the four-year college has no clue except what they taught him in the notebook.
Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That college notebook of answers. Yeah. Before we move on, to that point, we got an email yesterday. We have an internship program, right? Mm-hmm. So kids that are in college, they come in and they learn how to do things around here. So we got 2 more college interns that eventually will be spending time on our show at some point, right? And Joe brought up the whole college degree and learning things along the way, and you can go to college for communications and you can learn how to do radio, right? But we were trying to figure out the other day who in this building has that degree.
Who went to college for this job.
So Kimmy is the only one in this room that has a college degree, but you went for advertising.
Yeah.
Nailed that. Moose does not have a college degree in communications on PXY. Neither does Breezy. He does not have a degree in communications. Sandy has a communications degree from SUNY Brockport. I believe TJ from the country station, the B. She went to Fredonia, has a degree in communications. Right. I don't think Hope has a communications degree. Not sure about Bo.
Okay.
So there may be 2 people
out of all these
shows. Yeah. And I hope these kids coming in, I hope they enjoy the business and they want to do this, and I hope all the success for them. But at the same time, it's so how do you get this job? Well, I got drunk at 15 with a grown man while I was doing stand-up comedy, and then he was so bad that his host that was a legend left the station, and then they had such a big hole that I just came in and hung out for a while, and then I was here so long they gave me a job on another station.
Yeah, it all works out.
And then he ran off another host, and they had no one else to put there, so they just slid me down thinking he was going to leave, and then all of a sudden Kimmy showed up and people started listening to the show.
I see it all works out in the end.
So if you could plan that out, I think you got a chance, kid.
Start hanging out in bars.
By the way, they're already 5 years too old.
Yeah, true. Yeah, who needs them?
We got a dynamite, blue collar, clean hands, dirty money. No, I did that wrong. Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. 2 weeks ago, we told you a story about the Irondequoit Police Department, who said they have now a test.
Oh, that special thing they got, the machine or something?
It's a body fluid test to measure whether or not someone in that moment is intoxicated on marijuana or a handful of other drugs. And what's groundbreaking about this is there is not a test up to this point that existed that could determine if in that moment you were high.
Yeah.
All other marijuana tests, Tommy, can say within the last couple of weeks whether or not you were smoking.
It was in your system.
Exactly. That doesn't help if someone gets pulled over. We had some questions, and we actually have an answer to the most important question we had.
This is awesome.
But we were slammed with response when we simply said, if this doesn't hold up in court, how do you... One man says this test does not need to hold up in court.
Oh, good.
In fact, you may not even need the test.
Really?
Well, when a police officer determines you are high, you're high. It's the end of story.
That's it.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Also, we got tickets to go see Dane Cook, comedian. He's coming to the Kodak Center. That's right. Jeff Dunham and his puppets. Mm-hmm. We have third row tickets. He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena.
Man.
And we'll get you online to get you some Tom Segura comedian tickets. 3 laughy shows.
Laughy?
You like to laugh?
I love to laugh.
Well, then keep listening.
Oh, if it's nice. And people don't get hurt.
We'll get you all that and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tom, you go to your job, whether it's blue collar or white collar, to make money, right? And you got to watch what kind of money you spend, because if you spend too much, you could be out of money.
Yeah.
But it turns out that if you're spending money with cash, it doesn't count.
Oh.
Cash doesn't count.
What way?
A shocking
number. You have to actually count the cash.
Nope. Shocking number of Americans believe whatever you pay for with cash doesn't really count.
It's not on the books?
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on CMF. You got to watch every dime, Tommy.
Yeah, you got to pitch them pennies, Patrick.
Because every dime counts.
Yeah.
Turns out that's not the case anymore.
No?
Because a rather large amount of the population believes when you are spending cash, doesn't matter.
Oh. But it does.
No. Cash don't count.
Okay. How does that work in your head?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Cash don't count if it's free, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
And we got a pair of tickets for free to give you to see Dane Cook, Kodak Center, October 10th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. If I were you and you would like to see Dane Cook, don't call now. Again, we have caller ID. I will say your name. Give us a little while. We'll get you those tickets here in the break room on CMF. 1 in 3 Americans believe that spending cash doesn't count as actually spending money.
Oh.
And what they mean by that is they get into this study about using cash versus cards and everything. Because you don't see your bank balance number go down, the money that you are spending as cash doesn't actually count for the money that you have.
Towards my bank account.
Well, no. I mean, yes, that's technically what it is.
All right.
But somehow people have morphed that into the only money I have is my bank account. The cash that I have
It's just fun money?
It's not real money.
Right.
Yes, whatever I am spending in my wallet is free money, and I could spend it without any consequences.
That is a very odd way of thinking about money, man.
So this doesn't make any sense to you?
No, not at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, kind of makes sense to me.
Okay, you know why?
Why?
It's girl math.
Yep.
What is it?
So there's this new term that's shown up over the last couple of months called girl math. Can you explain girl math?
So it's almost like if you don't spend money, like let's say I skip coffee for the day. Well, now I have that $5 to spend somewhere else. Instead of just like saying, oh, well, I saved money today by not getting coffee. You almost feel like you've been given $5
It's free money?
Yeah.
because you didn't spend it at the coffee shop this morning.
Girl math.
All right.
But apparently girl math has seeped into boy math because 1 in 3 Americans believe that cash doesn't count. 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
And I carry so little amount of cash on me.
Yeah. But that could also contribute to that too, though. So when you do have cash, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like you have an extra amount to spend.
Oh, no, there's another explanation for this. Now, you would think, Tommy, that older Americans would be carrying more cash because that's
My generation.
Yeah,
because that's how we lived. Yeah.
Turns out it's the opposite. According to this study, at this moment, the younger generations are carrying more cash than the older generations. Gen Z and millennials are carrying, on average, around $80 in cash at all times.
$80? Goddamn millionaire.
Whereas the boomers out there in the world only have about 50 on them at all times.
Oh. That does not make sense to me at all.
Well, they give a reason. They say the younger set are frequenting businesses that are cash only. Apparently, places that are cash only places are making a comeback because they don't want to spend the money on the credit card fees and things like that.
Yeah.
Right. So they are keeping that money. They're keeping cash on them to spend money on a daily basis when they have to.
Like, I'm trying to think of the last time I had spare actual change on me.
Like coins.
Coins.
You don't remember the last time you had coins?
Coins, like in my pocket, in my car. I don't remember like getting change back and having it on me.
That's really?
I bet you it's been pre-COVID.
No, 4 years?
Yeah.
You haven't had a coin in your pocket?
I haven't spent cash like that.
It's
like
just,
the only cash I spend is it's so minuscule. Like right now on me, I have a $10 bill.
No, but that's your net worth though.
No, I just got paid.
Got to go to those meetings. That's a problem. Kimmy, how much cash you got on you right now?
I don't know. I think maybe like $8. I think I have a couple. Like I have a bunch of ones in there, and then like maybe a 5. I don't know.
Okay, Tommy, if we went back to using only cash, would that bother you?
Yeah, because it's so easy now. Like I don't have to like physically carry all that on me. Like just using my credit card and just tapping something is so effing convenient.
But you have to admit, you especially, it makes you spend money more.
Probably, but I always pissed away money, whether it was cash or credit or ATMs or whatever.
See, I guess what's weird about this, again, 1 in 3 Americans saying cash doesn't count when you spend cash because your bank account balance doesn't go down. It's just free money in your head, what's in your wallet. It was always harder for me, and look, you know me, I pissed away money too, right? But it was always harder for me if I had the option of card or cash to take that cash out and physically count it because it was the opposite.
Well,
for
you're
me.
seeing it
yes,
going
like,
out
this is
the
real
window.
money.
Like,
Yes,
it's
that's
true.
true.
I really want this thing that bad. Now that
Exactly.
you're seeing the actual amount that's coming out.
But
Where-
go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like that number at the bank account was just a number.
Yeah.
Like, it was real money, but in my head, it wasn't real money. It's weird how all of a sudden the younger generation has flipped on that.
But that means that means they have to go to the bank or an ATM and physically get cash out of their accounts to have it on them, which means it's just an unnecessary step now.
They could also be working jobs where they're getting handed cash, whether it's waiter, waitress, under the table stuff. I mean, bartending.
Like I remember we had somebody do something at the house and we paid him cash.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, God damn it, man. I got to go all the way to the bank and I got to go up to the ATM. And I didn't even know if like this amount was going to. The last time I used an ATM machine.
How far is your bank from your house?
It's quick. 5 seconds.
So what are you bitching about?
I don't want to do it because I have a credit card on me.
I know.
I have all this other. I don't get going backward. I don't get the vinyl. I don't get the cash. I don't get the old rock concert T-shirts.
So that's actually that factors in.
We're just all walking backwards to the 70s.
They factor that in, too, as to why younger generations, Gen Z and millennials, are carrying cash because flea markets have become very popular, and you can haggle with cash where you can't really haggle with a credit card or a Venmo.
So all these kids are turning into their great-grandparents.
But it makes sense.
Because they all haggled everything. They all had cash. They had albums.
But think about, like, great-grandparents. Your parents grew up in the Depression, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't pay retail. If you had a choice to not pay retail and haggle, the money wasn't there. So you did all you could to try and spend as little as possible.
My father, mother loved to bargain with people.
Okay, well,
even where you shouldn't bargain with people.
But we're back in a time.
Thank
you, where, look, man, there's not a lot of extra money. So, like, if you have the opportunity to save a little cash by haggling, it makes sense.
Okay.
No? I mean, you don't have to. Living out in Pittsford, 5 seconds from your bank.
Haggling and cashing.
252 WCMF. Cash don't count. Brian's on CMF. Hey, Brian, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yo.
So it's also, instead of girl math, like husband math. So if I have cash, I can spend it without my wife knowing what I'm buying. Not that I'm buying, like, I don't know, hookers and stuff, but, you know, if she
you came to that conclusion really quick.
Yeah, the fact that you said hookers leads me to believe
and you're calling them actual hookers.
It's like the first shady thing I thought of, you know?
Yeah, that's great. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this way, you know, when I get cash from work, I can go buy, you know, if I want to buy some weed or I want to buy, you know, have drinks with guys or whatever. My wife doesn't need to know I'm spending the money that I should probably be saving instead.
So that's like financial infidelity. Right?
I think it's the lowest form of financial infidelity, right? You're not spending it on, again, hookers. All right, so Brian, how old are you, buddy?
37.
37. How much cash do you have on you right now?
$3.
Okay.
Good night last night.
Not a lot of weed for $3.
Ain't getting much of a hooker either.
I bought it the other day already, so we're good.
Hey, honey, give me $3 worth.
Brian, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, never mind. I'm going to get dumped. No, I mean, the other thing about cash is only working in cash is less embarrassing. My cash can't get declined at the register.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I can't go home and find that I've overdrawn my cash, right? Like the one benefit, and I agree with you, carrying that around can be cumbersome. It can be dangerous.
I mean, you can also feel like a big shot if you got a big wad of cash on you.
But you're also going to annoy the Tommy in line behind you when it takes a little bit longer to check out and get change, and you know what I mean?
You're right, but I think spending in only cash, again, flying in the face of what these 1 to 3 people are saying, makes you a more responsible person.
But it didn't with me, because I used to call this the fake wad. So let's say you got a wad of cash. Let's say you just got paid.
Oh, yeah.
And let's say you made $250 out of it.
Sure.
And back in the day, you cash out your check. You had that fat wad in your wallet, right? Felt like a big shot.
Oh, yeah, you did.
And I spent like a big shot. And by Friday evening, I was tapioca pudding, baby.
Bro,
I was out. Out.
The worst thing that could happen to me on a monthly basis is if my rent was due on like Wednesday. Because you're right. Like you had that wad of cash, and I'm going to go out with the boys, and I'll bring 100 just to be safe. And then all of a sudden, what did I do?
Are you peeling them off, having a good time? And it ain't your money, man.
I'm like, all I got left is this money for a $3 hooker.
Yes.
Don't worry about money.
All right.
We got you covered. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller. You and a friend are going to see Dane Cook, the Kodak Center. That show is tomorrow at Kodak Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, but you will be going for free $99.
Nice.
Or like straight up free. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller. Dane Cook tomorrow night, the Kodak Center. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. I'm just going to stop asking questions about what guys over 60 are doing.
Why? What happened?
Well, there's a man that's been arrested.
Yeah.
And I promise you, you have never heard anyone being arrested for this before.
Oh, something new.
Oh, it's definitely illegal. Like when you hear what he was accused of doing, like, oh, yeah, you can't do that, right? But this is so out of left field. There is no way to determine why he felt the need to do this, if the allegations are true. And we'll tell you what happened out in Wyoming County.
Ooh.
Next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Are you ready for the funniest damn story you'll hear this week?
I'm dying to hear.
This man has been arrested. And I promise you, you've never heard of anyone being arrested for this before. Most of the time, even without details, Tommy, we can figure out what could have led up to an allegation and an arrest. Here, no chance.
All right.
There's no chance. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. Everybody in America has their eyes on Florida watching this hurricane bear down upon
yes.
them. Just a week after they got hit with that other hurricane. And normally people in Florida are like, I'm tough. I'm going to ride this thing. Doesn't seem like people are doing it for this one.
Nah, some people are just like, we're done.
Which has
Not
led
going to take that risk.
Exactly, which has led to now a bunch of people that used to live in the greater Rochester area now coming back, trying to ride out what's happening because they know they could be without power and a place to live for a very long time.
Yeah.
And if you get that call from a family member when they are here, whatever they want to do, you have no choice.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it. You say it like it's just,
sucks. It sucks.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Wyoming County. Someone called the police to report a person in the middle of the road damaging the street.
Wait,
Like hammering it or something?
tearing up the street?
Damaging the street. They got a phone call. Someone must have been in their house and said, hey, listen, cops, someone is damaging the street.
How are they damaging the street, did they say?
No,
lot
so
of
they
effort.
do. I have that. So you guys are imagining what this could look like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'm
I'm trying to
thinking,
think
like-
of ways you could tear up a street.
Okay.
All right.
When police got to the scene, they say they found a 61-year-old man
61?
digging up asphalt on Bank Road.
Okay.
Maybe he thought there was gold down
So
there.
he's chopping up the street, basically.
Digging out. I'm assuming he had a shovel. So
How do
digging
you
up,
shovel asphalt?
slowly? I don't know.
I mean, you couldn't even get the... Okay.
Well, maybe not you pansy. We don't know why he was doing that. We don't know what he was using to dig it up. We don't have the details as to what led to these allegations. All we know is that police say they caught a 61-year-old man in the middle of the road digging up the asphalt. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What are we missing here?
A lot.
Does anyone want to take a stab as to why this 61-year-old man may have been digging up the road?
Yeah, because what's his point? Because he's obviously doing this out of anger.
Well, no, based on what?
Because what else? Why else would you had to be mad at something or someone? The Department of Transportation?
Well, you're going to go dig up the street because you're mad at the DOT?
The highway guys? What?
No, Chris Christopherson just died. You can't be mad at the highwayman.
I was just wondering...
Or you're nuts.
I don't know if he lives nearby, if he was
this
kind
is
of
his street.
So I wonder if there was just some pothole or something that was driving him crazy enough where he thought maybe if he damaged the street, they'd come fix the whole street or something. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like maybe if I make some more dents in here, somebody will eventually come and pave over this pothole that's been driving me nuts for however long.
But think of how much energy it would take a 61-year-old man to start tearing up blacktop.
Yeah.
You'd be exhausted. And to what?
And we still don't know what tool he was using if the allegations are true.
Like a pickaxe or something?
Who's got a pickaxe?
I have a pickaxe.
You don't have a pickaxe.
Yeah, I do.
For what? What are you, Yukon Cornelius?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I have a pickaxe, yeah.
What do you use a pickaxe for?
To chop up roots and stuff. I had it when I had my house in Webster.
To chop up roots.
Yeah, when I was putting in trees and stuff.
Work 18 hours there. What do you get? Stuck in a tree and your wife yells at you.
I used to be in shape. I could swing a chip.
A chip. You can't even say it.
A chip axe.
I'm out here swinging my chip axe with my pick snoosh.
But you couldn't just take a shovel to the street. You would have to chop it up with something.
I don't
which
know.
means he's got the equipment to go out there and be a lunatic.
It's possible he thought he was helping with something. Maybe there was something he thought was wrong, and he was going to go out there and be the man to help.
It could be that.
Right?
Yeah.
This is a single man, right?
I hope so.
Okay. Because if he was married and his partner caught wind of him destroying the road out in front of the house,
and
they were going to shut that down.
Oh, I would hope, unless she's also a loon.
Well, no, but there's no way.
Yeah, you do it. You tell him, honey.
There's no woman that's insane enough, right? Because any person listening to this show, any man, if you told your wife, I'm going out to dig a hole in the middle of the road, she would not give you a kiss and be like, good luck, honey, have fun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'd be shut down completely.
Unless that was the least crazy thing he wanted to do that day.
Which I don't want to know what was on that to-do list then.
Is it possible that this is old man pissed at people speeding down his road?
Oh, that's a good take.
creating his own like little speed dip.
Yeah, even though you're also going to damage your neighbor's cars in the process. But it could be one of I've had enough of this. I'm going to take care of the problem myself.
That's a really good take. By the way, I would like to point out Kimmy is the only one that has thrown out theories. We've just been talking about how much this guy's insane. She's got the pothole theory.
That ain't a bad idea.
The speed bump theory. What's the opposite of a speed bump?
Dip.
Speed hole.
Yeah, like a dip. Like you'd bottom out, so you'd have to slow down.
I understand. I've never seen a speed dip.
But you've seen dips in a road.
Yeah, but they weren't put there intentionally.
True.
Yeah, slow down now, won't you? 252 WCMF. We're talking about a 61-year-old man out in Wyoming County. He was arrested after somebody called the police and said there was a man damaging the road. Police got there to find him, and I quote, digging up asphalt on Bank Road. We don't know why. We don't know what he was using. We don't know what led him to this incident. We do know he was arrested. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
Remember our conversation yesterday about somebody's dopey brother moving a high voltage line out of the road?
Yes.
Vaguely.
You know, he's 78, right? I mean, 61 is just about the age where you start saying, I can take care of this myself. This guy's been backing out of his driveway every day, hitting some kind of pothole. Like Kimmy said, he said, I'm tired. I've called the town so many times. I'm going to take care of it. I got sand in my backyard and some gravel. I'm going to fill this sumbitch in.
Yep.
This is exactly what happened. He's had enough. He's tired of waiting for the experts.
He can't take it.
I'm going to do it myself.
It's weird how the guy from Sling Blade lives out in Wyoming County.
With them French fried potatoes?
Yeah, taters. Like some.
All right, so Jeremy, you're on the Kimmy pothole train.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But here, I guess I have a question about that, and maybe I'm dumb. And if I'm dumb, tell me.
You're dumb.
Thank you. Why would you not just fill in the hole?
I don't know. Do you have to
digging.
smooth it out? I don't know.
No, but you're digging.
Yeah.
Like, to Pat's point, you're chopping up the street.
Well, listen, my brother who does home improvements, he always digs out the hole in the drywall first to make the edges smooth, and then he can fill it in. This
Just
is what I'm
smooth it
going
out.
to do.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody said he was an expert in this.
Okay, well, no. I mean, okay. Jeremy, thanks for the call.
Hold
buddy.
on.
Oh, sorry.
You know what one of my favorite parts of the live stream is?
What's that?
Tommy's ADHD. He can't sit still, and he's checking his phone, and I know there's a TV to his left. He's looking at it constantly. Jesus Christ, would you pay attention to the show that you're on, stupid? Right, bye, Dixie.
Bye, Jeremy. There's a lot of hurricane coverage going on.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things happening
But
today, man.
if he's not looking at the TV, how does he point to it and go, oh, I used to do that there. Oh, I had a steak. All right, so let's walk down this idea, walk down the road of this idea that he thought he was helping.
What Gramps is doing in the street.
Okay. If he thought he was helping, do you want this man punished?
I mean, they did arrest him. Right?
He's been arrested, charged with 4th-degree criminal mischief. He's got a court date.
All right. Do I want him to?
Let's say he was. Let's say he was frustrated with a pothole. They weren't fixing it. He's going to go out there. He's going to fill it up with sand and gravel as Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
Do you want him punished if that's why he was doing it?
I mean, what are you going to do to this old guy?
Well, no, you would. I mean, I'm sure it's like a fine. I don't know, 4th-degree criminal mischief seems pretty low. But, I mean, on one hand, he's breaking the law. You can't just go dig up the street.
Yeah.
But on the other
it's
hand,
like an old coot move.
Yeah, but if you don't punish him, look.
You know that guy thinks he's in charge of the street or the neighborhood that he lives.
Well, yeah,
Well,
he's
he kinda
61.
is.
You know what I mean?
He's not.
Yeah, he's been there for 40 years.
Doesn't matter.
But he's taking it into his whatever the issue is. He's now taking it into his own hands.
Well, the young set won't do it.
Look, you know I don't believe that harsh punishment necessarily wipes out other people committing crimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? There's this idea that if you punish people harshly, it'll send a lesson to other people. I don't necessarily believe that's true, with one exception.
What's that?
Old men.
To get him to stop?
Yes. Like, old men are the ones that are like, oh, I don't want no. So if you, just let this guy walk, you're going to have an army of 60, 70-year-old men with shovels and pickaxes and
straightening this country out.
Some weird thing they bought on Amazon. You got holes all over the street.
So what do you want to have?
Augie holes, you call them.
Augie holes.
I think you do have to, punish this guy
like
to
a fine.
Severest extent that you can.
Well, that's not fair. That could be jail.
No, you're not going to get jail for 4th-degree criminal mischief. No jail, but a significant fine. You have to send a message.
How much? How much should I get for my pickaxe?
$1,000.
$1,000?
Yeah, what do you think it's going to cost to repair the
I
street?
could lose the house. Taxes are due.
Oh, really? You got plenty of money for that pickaxe and that sand and gravel.
That thing was a quality pickaxe. I got at Ace Hardware. I would say the most you should find this guy, the most $250.
No, $250. That's like a third of his Social Security check, and he's already got a 401k. It's like having $1 million in a bank.
Dude had to pull out his pickaxe. 250's the max.
Young man wave.
I think with neighborhood problems like this, you should stand in front of a jury full of your neighbors.
All right.
And
I like that.
let them decide. Because if this guy, maybe he's like a well-liked guy that like has helped a lot of people out.
That's the least American thing to do. It's supposed to be an impartial jury.
No, neighborhood court.
Like if it's a neighborhood problem, you go to neighborhood court.
I love that.
No.
If we had more neighborhood courts.
Yeah, because you let the majority rule.
Kimmy,
like, is this guy a problem? No? Okay. Well, then let him go back to doing what he was doing.
You're not thinking this through. Neighborhood court would be the worst idea ever. Look at the posts on where they whine it that we read every Tuesday. If you get a neighborhood full of nut jobs.
Yeah, but that's like one nut job. Everybody knows the nut job in their neighborhood.
I don't forget, you'd also have wives on neighborhood court, not just old men. You'd have the old ladies in there, too, wanting to light this guy up.
How do you know? Like you said, maybe she's like, get out there and
like, take a anonymous neighborhood poll. Is this man a pain in the ass? Check yes or no. Send in your ballot, and then they tally up the votes.
Yeah, now it's not a jury. You're just voting if the guy's a dick.
But if I got dragged into neighborhood court, and my wife's on the jury, I'm screwed. She's lighting me up.
Your wife's on the jury?
Yeah, but again, that's
she's
not
lighting me up.
impartial. Okay.
No, but I mean, it'll be a nice mix. Guys on my side, women who hate me.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the 61-year-old man out in Wyoming County. He's been arrested after someone in his neighborhood apparently called the cops saying there's a man destroying the street. Police showed up. They said he was digging up asphalt in the middle of the road. We don't know why. We're trying to figure it out. Ben is on CMF. He probably knows.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Ben.
Hey. Oh, what's up, guys?
Yo.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So a pickaxe, what you would use that for, because I've used them. I worked in excavating. It was my first job. And we generally use those if we get to a tougher spot in the dirt. And this guy's probably thinking, if the town's not going to do their job, I got to take it into my own hands.
All right, so Ben, look.
And the water department.
Ben, look, I want to give you some advice because I get you're trying hard, and I appreciate the effort. I do. But Jeremy did a really good old man Wyoming County voice.
Same set, really.
Yeah, and like if you can't do a better voice, don't try.
Yeah, it's the same bit.
I don't care what Jeremy did, bro. I'm here to do me, not one up the next person. You guys should know that by now.
No, but sometimes being you is like the worst idea.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that you specifically. In this case, I do. But everybody, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get it, Ben. You get what I'm saying.
We like you, kid.
Jerry, yeah.
Sometimes I wonder.
All right, well, Ben, that was a great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Anybody else want to call with the exact same call or with a worse voice? At least do Sling Blade, man. We have a Sling Blade line you have to be. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Jason writes us. He's on the pothole patch train. Said you have to make the hole bigger before you patch it in. If that's what he was doing, he shouldn't be punished at all.
Oh.
Wow.
He should be thanked.
By the way, how do we know you have to make the hole bigger before you patch it? I've never seen it.
Maybe Jason knows what he's talking about.
But it sounds right.
Todd writes us. Todd says he could have been checking for a sinkhole. It's that time of year, and we've gotten a lot of rain.
He's creating one.
Why do you have to check for sinkholes? Don't they kind of show up?
Yeah.
What would you be looking for?
And like, what if you find one? Are you like
you're gonna fall through?
Yes.
Like you're standing on unsettled ground, when you're gonna fall through with your pickaxe.
Found it.
Yeah. Now you're 50 feet below the road.
Can you check for a sinkhole?
I don't know.
I don't know.
They just kind of show up. Like you don't know it till they collapse.
Also, how many holes were you planning on digging before you found one?
I'm trying to, I don't know, like, okay, but if that's the case, and I'm not saying it's smart, but that would have been like his regard for public safety, where his intentions were good. He wasn't angry.
He had a sense there was a sinkhole over there.
Yeah, I don't know. Are there things like, like if you the stud finder, like you bang on one part of the wall, it's hollow. Like, can you like walk over a road or like feel something where like, oh, there's nothing there?
Feels soft.
I don't know.
But usually when that happens, you fall through it.
I'm just asking questions.
I'm just saying.
No, by the way, you don't know this for sure. You're doing that thing we talked about yesterday with the power line, you idiot.
Well, if you don't fall through, there ain't no sinkhole. It's just soft. So it goes soft or sinkhole.
Soft or sinkhole?
Yeah.
Which is our new game we'll be playing Thursday, soft or sinkhole. All right, let's take a break. The entire nation has its eyes on Florida.
Yeah.
Because not only did they get blasted a week ago with a whole bunch of rain and hurricane, this hurricane is terrifying looking. It's back up to a Category 5 again?
Right now it is, yeah.
Okay, all right. There are lots of people from the greater Rochester area who now live in Florida, right? And they said, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to go live in paradise. And those people, after back-to-back storms, now need a place to stay.
Come crawling back.
But here's the thing, man. You can say come crawling back. You're the one that's got to put out for them.
I know.
Story last night shows a lot of people that used to live here are back in town. And with the devastation they've already seen and the potential devastation from this monster storm, the question of how long they'll be here is not answerable.
Oh.
I know that's not a word, but
so it's open-ended.
Well, yes, it would have to be, right? And I don't think people are fully wrapping their heads around how open-ended this could be. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. if you need help, the first people you should feel comfortable asking are your family.
Oh, yeah.
And that's happening.
Screw them first.
That's happening across the greater Rochester area as folks from down south are now arriving here in town to get the hell out of the second massive storm in as many weeks that could wreck parts of at least one state.
Oh, yeah.
The issue, their idea of what you should offer as a host versus what they need could be different. Because if they have nothing to go back to, and that's not out of the question right now, and no way to live even near their home, well, why the hell would they leave? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have a pair of tickets to see Jeff Dunham and his puppets.
Yeah.
The comedian, he's coming to the Blue Cross Arena. We have third row tickets, buddy.
Damn.
Third row tickets. If I were you.
Touch that puppet.
Don't touch the puppet.
Yeah.
It's against policy.
Yeah.
If I were you, and you wanted third row tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his puppets, I would hang out for just a little while.
Okay.
Wink.
You know, I think you could wink at a Jeff Dunham show. I think you're all right.
Well, I mean, it's going to be dark. He's looking at the puppet anyway. Yeah. Okay. So we'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Hurricane Milton is scheduled to make landfall overnight off the coast of Florida. And this comes just a week after Hurricane Helene drenched like all of the eastern part of the United States. State officials in Florida are telling folks to get the hell out of Florida. We watched yesterday, was it the mayor of Tampa?
The mayor of Tampa
said, and I quote, if you stay, you will die.
Put that on a billboard. Welcome to Tampa.
That has people headed out of state to seek refuge. We're watching the wall-to-wall coverage of it right now. I mean, it's
the line of traffic is endless.
Gridlock, right? So that has people headed back home because there are there's a lot of people from the greater Rochester area, as we know, that moved down to Florida. And people who left for paradise over the last couple of days have started to arrive to stay with family to wait and see what happens to their now home. And Tommy, if they ask to come up, if they call you and say, look, we've got nowhere to go, do you have the space? There's only one answer.
Yeah.
Why do you say it like that?
Yeah.
Because you come in, you got nothing. What am I got to entertain you now.
That's your first thought. Everything they own could be destroyed.
Yeah.
And your first thought is, I got to take out the board game.
And here's the other thing. You're going to constantly have to listen to their problems and reassure them everything's going to be okay. And, you know, you'll get through this. You'll have to constantly, be their guidance counselor, their, psychiatrist.
Some people might be happy to do that for family.
It's exhausting.
I'm not saying it's not, but I do think that there are people that would look forward to that kind of role.
You may look forward to it. A week of it, you're miserable. And by the way, they're coming with their pets.
And you don't know if it's just going to be a week, by the way.
I know. They're
coming with their cats. They're coming with their dogs.
Right.
Both of your brothers had their homes destroyed last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it could happen again.
Yep.
And your concern is having to say it's going to be okay a couple of times while they're here.
It's exhausting.
Are you kidding me right now? You did it. You did it one time.
I did it. It's enough.
One time.
Listen, I know of what I speaketh.
Okay. I also find it funny, too. I say if they ask, and your immediate response wasn't, well, they shouldn't have to ask. I'm going to offer. You wouldn't offer? You monster.
Yeah.
You'd offer. I would also be afraid, though, because knowing how your brothers live, right? They're rich dudes.
Oh, they're high end, top shelf.
What I can offer is not the lifestyle they're used to.
No, can't.
That would be a concern, I think. I mean, you're obviously going to offer, but hey, man, just say no. You're going to be in a tiny little bedroom.
Right.
Okay, you're not going to have your own bathroom.
The other option is sleeping on a cot in a gym, which your brother did for one
day.
They
went to a couple nights in a shelter.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is probably the better situation. Yeah. So, here's the problem.
What's the problem?
With folks coming back to Rochester from Florida as the second storm in 2 weeks is about to blast them. This specific situation is super complicated. You can't set a timeline.
No.
When your family has to leave, because in all reality, there could be nothing left for them to go home to. And it's not like recovery is going to be timely, because an entire state could be wiped off the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 states right now that are dealing with this.
Tommy, your brother on the coast already had a flooded home.
Yep.
And you said the water from this storm could be even higher.
It'll be, so my brother's house in Tampa area had 3 feet of water on the last storm, and the house is ruined, so they're getting rid of it. This storm is going to put 9 to 15 feet of water in his house, which means it's going to be over the roof, and even the house will probably, it'll collapse.
Okay.
So there won't be any house there.
Okay. So if he were to come up and stay with you, and you're anticipating a week, Well, if the house collapses,
he's not going anywhere.
Okay, so there you go.
So they're getting and to complicate matters, if this was the scenario my brother was coming up, they're getting rid of that house. They're never going back to Florida because they got another house. So
okay, that's nice.
But I'm saying like
yeah,
right. But let's say they
plan.
came to my house, they didn't have that second house.
Yeah,
and now they're getting ready. They're just moving out of Florida. They could be there for 6 months.
Yeah,
a year.
Yeah. They have nowhere to go
before they settle up. Don't forget, you're not going to settle up with the insurance company tomorrow. They're not going to be handing out checks for destroyed homes. Sure. They could be battling this thing for a year before they even get a check in their hand to move on with their life. And they're not going to stay in Rochester. They're not from here. So that means they got to go find a place somewhere. It's a nightmare.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. To the people that have family coming up or with them right now.
I feel for you.
Maybe you can't call because they might be listening or they're standing right next to you right now, right? Or to the people that have gone through situations like this before. Are these invitations open-ended? Can you send a family member back into the recovery of a natural disaster? No power, no water, no cell service, no Wi-Fi. We're not knowing if they'll have food. I mean, some of these places, Tommy, may not even be accessible by car or plane for a little while.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right?
My brother can't even go down to see the damage on his house right now because it's going to be permanently destroyed next.
Do you think, Tommy?
Yeah.
With this open-ended, I need a place to stay, you could go without being a dick to your family member's face the whole time they were there?
No.
Wait, no?
No.
You don't have it in you? No?
My wife is a great hostess. I got it. I don't have it in me, man.
Okay.
you don't have the patience for your family member, period.
I just don't want to hear all your goddamn problems all day.
These are legitimate problems. Like if he came here and was like, oh no, my car's got salt on it. Yeah, that's whatever. This is his life is destroyed.
But it just becomes this looping conversation of, yeah, that's terrible. Oh, I feel bad. Yeah, you're gonna get through it, man.
And the thing is, too, you're probably going to be constantly watching it on TV. I mean, that conversation's never going to end.
Oh, they are, too, because they're going to want to see what. So, they have to do that play-by-play.
Bro, you have no problems in your life. You don't have a single problem.
I'm looking at it, bro. You pick on me constantly.
No, my butt hurts so bad.
Yeah, you guys kick my ass all day.
Oh, no. Why don't you come live in my house? Tell me about it. If someone in your family going through this comes and stays, you have to keep your mouth shut about everything. There are things you can hope for. You can hope they pitch in for food and gas and stuff like that.
Well, hope. No, that's got to happen.
You can hope they adhere to your schedule and they don't ask you for things that'll throw your life off. You can hope that they're easy house guests and they don't get abrasive.
Impossible.
But if they are if they're not any of those things, you can't say a word about it.
But here's the thing. That's going to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to happen. And nobody's schedules match up, which means you're going to be off your schedule and they're going to be off their schedule.
Yes.
So everybody's going to be miserable.
Okay, and you can't say a word about it because you have to forgive them for those issues. Think of the stress that people that are going through right now with this leaving and having to find a place not knowing if they have their homes are under, right? They could have their whole lives completely wiped away into the ocean.
Right.
They could have no home to go back to like we talked about. They could have every belonging minus what they put in a bag destroyed.
And it is. But what if there's...
Oh, no, I'm not done.
Okay.
How does this storm affect their jobs, their kids' schools, the money they have now, the money they may have in retirement?
They're devastated.
In any other circumstance, if they didn't want to pitch in for food or they were being abrasive or they were messing up your schedule, you could be like, listen, you're staying at my house and read them the riot act. But in this specific case, you have to hold your tongue for as long as they are in your house.
But they're coming up here. They're taking our job. Some of them I can't trust. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. No, here's the other thing, man. Like when they come up there, let's say they come up. All right, you're cool with everything, they don't have a lot of bank. But let's say they just don't respect your house. Like they're slobs.
Do you hear this right now?
They don't clean up after themselves.
Respect your house.
They eat food in biblical proportions, like locusts, and they're just like they don't. Let's say they come up there and they don't make an effort. That's going to chap your ass. You think you could do that for a year?
You don't own a house. They wouldn't be disrespecting your house.
Well, and they may not even be disrespecting your house, but your house is probably so pristine because you don't have kids running around or anything. Just kids, your day-to-day kid mess, I mean, they may not even see that as being disrespectful. They just may see that as, oh, yeah, my kids leave their toys places sometimes, The
sticky hands. Closing doors, pushing in chairs. You got to leave the drawer open.
Every day you're on the road, you had nothing but sticky hands, and now you want to bitch about it?
I always cleaned up after myself.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the amount of greater Rochesterians that are now on their way back or have come back to Rochester trying to get out of this hurricane. And normally you Florida folks are, we're going to ride it out and we'll show them. But after that hurricane hit last week and the severity they're predicting of this hurricane, there could be nothing to stay with. The mayor of Tampa said yesterday, and I quote, if you stay, you will die. Yeah. And Tommy is sitting here bitching about his problems if his family had to come up and stay as their homes are wiped away and their lives are wiped away.
But here come these smug-ass Sunshine State suckholes coming up here now because they always bragged about it's sunny and 85 down there. What's it like in Rochester today?
Yeah, not like
that's why we got out of there because the taxes and the weather.
Not like those New York State suckholes that go on vacation in their brother's guest house.
What, you can't put me up for a couple of days?
You can't now because he just got wiped away. He needs a place
By
to
the way,
go.
at least I'm scheduled to leave.
Yeah, and they count down every single minute. You know, you just brought up the whole sunshine suckholes.
Oh, yeah.
Rich writes us on Facebook. I'm so sick of seeing these folks that lived in Rochester on the local news from Florida talking about their lives being ruined. You said New York sucked so much, and then you all bragged about how great Florida was.
They did.
Well, you learned a tough lesson about taking the good with the bad. No one forced them to move down there, so why should I feel any sympathy?
Those people that went down there did rub it in your face that you were stuck up here.
No. If you why should I
sent
feel
you those? They sent you those Christmas cards of the whole family with Santa hats on at the beach. Hey, it's really hard shoveling sunshine.
Why should I feel any sympathy? That's your You're not on this guy's side.
They smug assing down there. They southern smug assing.
Do a lot of people in Rochester feel the way that Rich does?
The people that left.
Right? Like you left, you wanted to brag, you didn't want to be here anymore, and now you're bitching about the storm and want something from us? People, that's family. It's family.
Family sucks. Let me tell you something, man. A lot of my family's gone. It ain't the worst ride.
Oh, really? But the family is
ain't the worst ride, bro.
Family is still alive. You sure milk every effing dime out of them, don't you, huh? Yeah, I'm going down to Charleston. Why, for vacation? No, my brother lived down there.
Oh, I wanted to see your new place.
A couple of meals out of it.
Oh, big shot. You're bragging about your new place. Let me see what you got.
And that's the other funny part, Rich.
You know what the funniest part is, in all honesty?
What?
If they came up here and didn't want to stay with you, you would be offended.
Oh, my house isn't good enough for you?
Well, you don't have a house.
My wife's house isn't good enough for you?
If you weren't there, it would be.
But you enjoy taking people in.
No, I don't enjoy taking people in.
You do.
I don't know. It's my obligation as a human.
No, what is that? I read the Declaration. It said you got to take people in because if you have a guest room.
Look, what do you mean I enjoy taking people in?
You took the kid down the hall.
Yeah, you did.
He needed a place.
You do offer.
By the way,
to your credit, you offer up your house a lot for people in need, whether it's a coworker, family member,
porn stars, coworkers. Channel 13 stops by for dinner. You have more people in it. You basically you're like the Port Authority of your neighborhood.
He's a bed breakfast.
You are.
Look, I'm
not saying it's a bad thing.
I think you enjoy.
Hosting?
People's company.
No, I don't enjoy people's company. You know me. I don't enjoy people's company.
Well, then explain it to me.
Because I have a space, and I have been in a bad spot, just like you've been in a bad spot plenty of times.
And people took us in. They were good to us on the road.
So I guess this is my way of trying to balance out the universe for all of the help I got from people back in the day. What's weird is I don't look at what I'm doing as like some like saving grace. I'm just doing what I should be doing. You got the same grace I did from people, and you go, well, now I'm in a spot where I don't need it. Now I don't want it.
Yeah, if I don't need it, I don't want it.
Okay. By the way, with this, I can't get over this Facebook message from Rich. Again, let me just real quick. I'm so sick of seeing these folks that lived in Rochester on the local news from Florida talking about how their lives are being ruined. You said New York sucks so much, and you all bragged about how great Florida was. Well, you learned a tough lesson about taking the good with the bad. No one forced them to move down there, so why should you feel any sympathy? Are you going to say that to their faces?
No.
No, maybe I'll just show them all the updated posts that they put every time they see a negative story about New York. So glad I left that crap hole, man. Yeah. I'm down here where the people are real. Really in trouble.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah.
By the way, is that post he's showing you? Is that when you went down there with your kids to stay at their house when you went on vacation? Like, that's the other funny part. Look, man, I
Well, you bragged about how nice it is. Okay, well, to come down and check it out.
No, but like I feel the frustration of people being like, yeah, I really hate when people go to Florida. I'm like, it's so great down here now. Like, it's not as good as you say it is, right? I get it. You're a dick.
There are problems there that you're not admitting to. Yeah.
And like it makes me laugh even harder too. Like, when my kids graduate high school, we're leaving because the education's better here in New York. Yeah, why do you think that is? Because we pay for it.
Yeah.
Point I'm making is this:
what's that?
As angry and frustrated as I get by that, I don't want to make them stay in a hurricane.
No.
That's what you're saying.
No. Just go inland a little bit. Ocala's nice, man.
Okay. Look, man.
What?
If you have people at your house,
what do I do?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to
just in general.
You welcome them in.
I'm talking to decent. No, you do have to welcome them in. You admitted that. You have to welcome them in.
Like Jesus. You have to.
No,
you have to feed the masses.
No, just as a person. I'm saying, look, they're stressed. You're stressed.
Oh, yeah.
But they may not have something to go back to. Just be cool. Everything will be okay. Just be cool. And this isn't going to be forgotten, right? Like, this will be one of those things 15, 20, 30 years down the road where it's like when we were on the balls of our ass, this person was there for us.
What does that do for you? I'm going to do this now. I got to wait for a 30-year payoff?
There's no payoff. There shouldn't be a payoff. You don't need it.
Why are you doing it with no payoff?
You're the most selfish person I've ever met in my life. It is mind-blowing to me how selfish you are.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Pat.
What's that? Please tell me.
I get it, man. There's people that love to give, and there's people that take.
Mm-hmm.
Givers need takers. Remember that. You can't just give. Who are you giving it to? Somebody's got to take.
Yeah.
So I take. I'm doing you a favor by taking your opportunity to come down and use your Florida home before it collapses.
I'd like to take you outside and punch you in the head. That's what I'd like to do. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have a pair of third-row tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his box of puppets coming to the Blue Cross Arena March 20th, 2025. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win them right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Comedian, ventriloquist guy, Jeff Dunham, Blue Cross Arena, 8th caller. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. As soon as we got off the air yesterday, this story broke.
Oh.
The second we got off the air.
Yeah.
And I know that you guys get frustrated when I say I'm never wrong about football stuff. But what have I been saying for years? I said this guy was a clown, and it was just a matter of time.
Yeah, but nobody saw this coming.
Not this soon. Not this soon.
And is it his fault, really?
No, I would argue that this is the dumbest thing. That's what's so great about the Jets.
It didn't make any sense.
That's what's so great about the Jets is like you made the worst move possible in the worst time maybe in the franchise's history in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Right? That being said, as funny as this is, and as much as we all saw this coming, not this soon.
Yeah.
This may be bad news for the Bills.
Why?
Well, there's one weird little thing that happens when bad teams fire their head coaches in the middle of the season.
All right.
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This man signed his own execution warrant.
Oh, my God.
The moment he got on a plane and begged this quarterback to come and sign with his team, the clock started for when he was going to lose his job.
Oh.
And as funny as this is, and as much as we in Western New York are laughing our asses off, this team being a total tire fire, Super Bowl aspiration, this might be actually the last thing the Bills could want.
So this is bad.
With a very important divisional Monday Night Football matchup coming up this week.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our winner for Jeff Dunham tickets, third row. Who's going to the show, Kimmy?
Eli.
Curveball there.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Eli. I wasn't expecting an Eli.
Yeah, me neither.
Well,
okay.
Walk away from his cotton gin. Go watch puppets.
Enjoy your show, Eli.
There you go.
Tomorrow, I have nothing to say.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll have second row tickets to go see Jeff Dunham and his box of puppets here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday morning, the second we got off the air, the New York Jets fired head coach Robert Saleh. So the Jets are 2-3 right now. They've lost back-to-back heartbreaking games in the last 2 weeks, one of them in London against the undefeated Vikings last week. But what did Saleh in is his quarterback.
So what did he do?
So there's been obvious tension between he and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay.
There was that weird hug 2 weeks ago that Rodgers shut down on the sideline. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
So he's coming off after a great drive. He goes to hug Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers sticks both his hands in his chest and gives him this look like, what are you doing? And when asked about it after, Aaron Rodgers said, I'm not a big hugger.
Okay.
There have been public arguments as to why the offense was struggling, where Saleh would say something in a press conference and then Aaron Rodgers would come out and contradict him.
So a lot of friction.
Yep, and there was that whole thing in the offseason where Rodgers missed mandatory offseason practices, and Saleh said they knew he was going to be gone, but they were punishing him anyway. It was a whole thing. So what's really funny about this is the timeline of how this worked out yesterday. According to reports, Saleh was completely blindsided by this. He showed up ready to go, game plan for the Bills. He then called a meeting with his staff.
All right, so he's in the grounds.
He is on the grounds. He had a meeting yesterday where he told the staff that offensive coordinator and former Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett would be relieved of his play calling duties, a massive demotion. And why that matters is Nathaniel Hackett and Aaron Rodgers are good buddies.
So Hackett was in Green Bay for a while.
Yes,
right?
he was.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers.
That's how it kind of happened.
Yes, that's why they signed Nathaniel Hackett, was to lure Aaron Rodgers to New York. So Saleh tells everybody he's not calling the plays anymore. And about an hour later, he was called into the owner's office and told he is no longer the head coach.
So they gave him the boot.
Yes. It's Aaron Rodgers. It is all Aaron Rodgers.
Dude,
he got him fired. And just to illustrate.
But it's weird, though, because there was, I mean, it seems like Aaron Rodgers would be the only guy causing this, just because he's had tension with his own teammates in the offseason and into the season where guys were like, hey, man, there's a reason we're not clicking here. You didn't show up.
Nobody said it out loud.
No, I thought one of them did.
Who did?
Remember they got into a fight on like the sidelines of at training camp?
Was that over him not being here? Did he say
like
publicly?
he goes, maybe if you came to practice or something along those. I can't remember what receiver it was, but somebody did call him out. And that's when people were like, maybe there's some tension here.
Just to illustrate how rare this is for the New York Jets and how this is absolutely Aaron Rodgers getting him fired. The New York Jets have not fired a head coach in season since 1975.
Whoa.
I can't think of the last time a coach was let go this early in a season.
It was John Gruden, but that was after those emails surfaced in Vegas.
That was a whole other off-field thing.
Okay.
It just seems so soon.
So the scenario plays out that Hackett now will be the interim coach?
Nope. They have named the defensive coordinator, Robert Ulbrich, I think his name is.
I don't know how to say it.
So the Hackett guy didn't get it?
He didn't get the job.
Yeah.
So
That's
they
weird.
fired the defensive head coach to promote the defensive coordinator, and Aaron Rodgers didn't get him fired. Did not get him fired.
Right.
That's what he said.
Nate Hackett hasn't had the most success in the NFL.
Ever?
So.
He only had like a 6-game run in Denver 2 seasons ago. Okay, so here's the thing. The Jets are a disaster. They are a laughing stock, and anyone with a brain saw this coming. Not this early, but it was going to happen. So this is good for the Bills this week, right?
Well, they're in turmoil.
Not so fast, buddy.
Thank you,
Why?
Timmy.
What's going to go on?
Tommy, it turns out that teams that fire their head coach in season statistically get a boost 1 week after.
We're all going to rally behind a new guy.
It's known as the dead cat bounce. Now, the teams stay bad for the rest of the season, but that 1 week afterward,
pull together.
since 2000, the last
New
24
game plan,
years,
everybody.
Yep. Teams that fire their head coach the week before have a full 10% better winning percentage than they had in the game leading up to it. So,
I mean, is that partly, it could be, just a fresh start for the team, but it could also just be, there is a new coach stepping into that role, and you don't really know what that guy's going to throw at you.
Bingo. So you have the element of surprise. Right. That's a problem. You don't know what this interim head coach is going to do. You have the team now really excited because reports are that they were done with Saleh. The whole team wanted him gone. And Aaron Rodgers' reputation is now on the line. If he goes out there and gets embarrassed this week after he gets the coach fired, that's going to be a pretty significant part of his career story.
Okay.
The Jets are bad. Firing Saleh probably makes them worse right now. But in a week-to-week league, this may be bad news for the Bills.
So they're going to be fired up.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I don't know. I mean, look, it's a 10% better chance according to the last 24 years of NFL history.
Right. I mean, because the Jets weren't that bad of a team, right? I mean, they were 2 and 3. And
they're terrible.
Well, no, because they almost second in the AFC East right now.
You know who they beat?
Well, I'm just saying.
But they're
not last.
But some of their losses were pretty close, weren't they?
Yeah, they lost to Denver, and they didn't score a touchdown.
Oh.
They lost 9-10.
It was close.
The Broncos.
That close.
But we also know
Aaron Rodgers lost to Bo Nix 9-10 and didn't score a touchdown.
But we also know, based on the history of the Bills and Jets recently,
yes,
no matter how bad the Jets look, they seem to rally against the Buffalo Bills.
Look, you're right. You're absolutely right. This game is now making me – I was already nervous about this game just because it was divisional, and for whatever reason, the Jets seem to be the Bills' kryptonite. This is making me a little bit more nervous.
That's not good.
I'm torn here because I'm laughing my ass off, right? Because I have a couple of buddies that are Jets fans, and as soon as they sign Rodgers, you're going to see Robert Saleh, man, he runs stairs before the game. He's a serious coach. He runs stairs. He runs stairs. Shape. Did you think he asked for one more stair run before they walked him up? By the way, they also had security walk him out the door.
Oh, that's humiliating.
What
do you think this guy's going to do, man?
Also, according to reports, the guy who was the security guard that walked him out is one of his best friends.
Awkward.
Yeah.
It's like when that guy. It's like when that big guy that used to work here had to walk people out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had one of those guys.
It's also, I mean, there's also, if you're the Jets and you're doing this, based on Aaron Rodgers and what this guy wants, there's no guarantee Aaron Rodgers makes it through a whole season just based on what we've seen so far of this guy like going down and taking some tough hits.
He went down last week. He was getting blasted. Their offensive line's terrible.
Yeah.
Right? It was a problem last year. By the way, say he makes it through the season. There's no guarantee he plays next year.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. We'll see when he calls it quits.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Jets fire head coach Robert Saleh yesterday, 2-3. This has Aaron Rodgers' handprints all over it. He's going to come out today. He's doing an interview on the Pat McAfee show, which is always a roller coaster of entertainment.
Right.
And he's going to say it wasn't him and I had nothing to do with this. And he's lying. He's lying. That is a lie.
Yeah.
And we've kind of been spelling doom and gloom for the Bills here, but there is good news.
What do we got?
If you want to talk about how teams perform traditionally, as we were with the dead cat head coaching bounce.
Yeah, the dead bounce.
The Jets are coming back from playing a game in Europe last week.
Ooh.
And since that began, teams that elect not to take the bye have a significantly lower winning percentage than teams that do. It happened with the Bills last year, and we watched it work out for 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the potential dead cat bounce of firing your head coach is negated by the trip back from Europe.
All right,
but they do. I know it's just one extra day, but they do have a slightly longer week than they would normally if they played on a Sunday afternoon.
No, they don't, because they didn't get back to practice until yesterday.
Well, isn't that normal though? If they play on a Monday?
Oh, you're right. It is Tuesday. My days are all messed up.
And you've taken out 2 of their quarterbacks, right? You took out Aaron Rodgers last year.
Yeah.
And then you took out that replacement guy that you
Mike White.
folded up.
That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was different
2 years
season.
ago?
Yeah, cracked him in half.
So,
by the way, Mike White, now member of the Buffalo Bills.
Look at that.
Yeah. You know how you bring up the London thing? I think that makes this even funnier.
Why?
Because, Saleh probably hadn't even unpacked his stuff. And then was completely blindside fired yesterday. He spent the whole trip home on that plane, all 7 hours of that flight, game planning for the Bills, only for it to mean absolutely nothing. And then when he goes home and unpacks his bags, he will be unpacking a bunch of gear of the team he doesn't work for anymore that he did work for when he packed those bags 48 hours before.
So I watched the HBO on this 2 years ago, I think it was, and it was all about the Jets.
Yeah.
And Saleh's kid, who looked to be a young, 13, 14-year-old kid, had the run of the place.
Mm-hmm.
So he got to meet all the players and hang out. I feel really bad for that kid because that kid was like Mr. Cool in school, man. Like you got to hang out with Aaron Rodgers and all these people.
He'll end up somewhere else, though.
No, but like to go, he's got to go to school.
Yeah.
yeah. Yo, that's a great
point.
And he also can't go to school dressed as Aaron Rodgers for like Halloween.
So, like, that makes it even more despicable because you can go watch this clip. There is a clip of Aaron Rodgers trying to play good guy for the cameras last offseason in training camp, running around and playing with Robert Saleh's kid.
Yeah, it was all through that special.
And you got his dad fired.
Right.
You got his dad fired.
I mean,
imagine going to school in New Jersey and your dad's the head coach of the Jets and you got to listen to that.
Well, it's funny you bring that up to tie that back to Buffalo history.
You may hear that worse if he is the head coach.
No, that's
of
what
the
I mean.
Jets.
No matter what happens.
Yeah, but now you're humiliated.
So you remember Mike Mularkey? He was Bill's head coach for a while.
Yeah. They had the funny name.
He resigned midseason.
Yeah.
And the reason that he resigned midseason, according to him after the fact, was his kids were getting bullied in school because the Bills were performing so poorly. And he pulled his kids out and he left the job and he left town.
Yeah, I can see it.
And I mean, it's not like Robert Saleh had success at any point really in New York. So he kind of came into a bad situation and left in a bad situation. So yeah, who knows what that kid was hearing daily at school.
But here's the thing, like, you can only fault Robert Saleh himself. Like, you want to feel bad for the guy, but he's the one that went out and tried to lure Aaron Rodgers to New York. He's the one that drafted Zach Wilson, who was a complete bust, who they gave up on way too early. Like, everything he did was of his own hand. You can't feel sorry for the guy.
But he's going to pop up somewhere.
Yeah, he's a good defensive coordinator. He was in San Francisco.
If Nate Hackett can keep a job in the NFL, anybody can. I still don't get that guy.
He was the nicest guy we ever met at Bill's
Super nice, a little quirky, but he never really had any success wherever he's been.
So, like, to wrap all this up, right? Like, you know, I've been telling you guys for years, and you didn't want to listen to me because you thought he was big and scary, that Saleh was a clown. And
But he looked like a guy from New Jersey that either ran a sub shop or the Jets.
He's been to many delis, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But look, as much as I think he's a clown, and as funny as I think this whole situation is, I hope to God that Saleh, over the next 2 or 3 weeks, does an interview or has his agent leak the actual situation.
What went down.
Exactly. Because as much as he is a clown, Saleh didn't deserve this. He deserved at least the year, and Rodgers buried him.
Yeah.
He buried him.
He put him in a bad situation in preseason, right? By just not showing up, like almost expected this head coach to like keep his location secret and all this stuff, and then that's where the tension started to build. Like, you put the guy in a bad situation, like, to begin with.
He put him in a bad situation last year when he claimed he was going to make the fastest comeback from an ACL tear in the history of the NFL, and then all of a sudden we knew that was a lie. Oh, it turns out, you know what? No, we're out of the playoffs. If Saleh can keep the team together, I'll come back. Oh, he couldn't do it? Well, it looks like I'm not going to come back anymore.
I guess it kind of makes Monday night a little bit more exciting, though.
I am nervous.
Yeah, which is exciting.
Because, like, here's the thing, and we'll get more into this on Monday, you know, as we get ready for Monday Night Football here live on CMF. I'll be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room, by the way.
Man, back to back.
I know, bro. Well, look,
how lucky are they?
They want to bring the people in, so they go with the talent.
I think the burgers do that, but go ahead.
The Bills are 3-2. If you win this game, you are 4-2. And you have a 2-game lead in the AFC East.
So it's a must-win.
2.5 game. Well, no, it's not a must.
But you don't want to go 3-3.
If you go 3-3,
you suck.
You are second place in the AFC East, and
who's in first?
That would be the Jets. They're 2-3.
Wait, the Jets would be in first place?
Look, they have a weak strength of schedule, so yes. I mean, it wouldn't hold for the season. Obviously, the Jets are going to fall back.
How embarrassing!
That's what I mean. Like, and it would be on national
That's
television.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
So you either have a 2.5 game lead in the AFC East, or you're in second place.
Big swing there.
Yeah.
Wow. In a hurricane.
In a hurricane.
In a hurricane.
All right, let's take a break. You know, every Bills game is a holiday for us.
Oh, sure.
But Halloween is right around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems like there's like one prime spot now to go to get all your Halloween costumes and the scary stuff. Those Spirit Halloween stores that pop up. They've been very successful.
Oh, yeah.
So successful, in fact, that they're now taking on another holiday.
Wait, what's left?
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This company stumbled upon a brilliant business idea.
Oh, what'd they find?
You open up real quick, you sell all the stuff you can for people that are really excited about one specific day, and you disappear until next year.
Okay.
It's been so successful that they are now going to try it with a second holiday.
What other holiday would that be?
Well, it's actually pretty simple.
That you dress up.
And it seems like a good idea until you really start thinking about it.
Well, I'm thinking. I can't think.
Yeah, I know that. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can hear our sexy voices.
Oh, wow.
But let's say you wanted to see our sexy faces.
Oh, watch us talk.
That's right. Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube or Twitch. Watch our live stream. Check out Tommy's super cool manly sneakers.
I get a lot of compliments down here about these shoes.
What?
I get a lot of compliments on these shoes. Moose and Spezzano.
Yeah, no, that checks out.
That's 2 Italians.
That checks out.
That means it's working.
All you Italians, come check out Tommy's Sneakers on our live stream. Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. You can check out their new Caramel Apple Amber Ale, which is actually a perfect beer to go with those shoes. It's made with New York State apples and malted barley. Tastes like fall in a glass.
Wow.
Go see our good buddies at Three Heads. Just after 8 o'clock, it is Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, a little hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. We told you 2 weeks ago about how the Irondequoit Police Department believes they have a tool now to stop people driving under the influence of marijuana. There's just one small problem. But even with that problem, a man wrote us a letter saying if a cop says you did something, well, you obviously did something.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here, Hate Mail of the Week on CMF. So we're all familiar with Spirit Halloween.
Yeah, like
the costume store.
Yes.
The pop-up store that happens around this time every year.
Bingo. So, like, Kimmy, it almost feels like they were the inventor of the idea of a pop-up store.
They're a chain pop-up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chain pop-up.
Yeah.
Right? Because I had never heard the term pop-up store until 15 years ago when Spirit Halloween started showing up in old Kmart's and Staples.
Yeah, you should just be like Christmas trees and fireworks to this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yep.
So Spirit Halloween, again, this national company will show up in July. They'll open up shop, as we know, and then the day after Halloween, they disappear until next year. And you said they sell the costumes. They do sell costumes. They have now expanded. Anything Halloween you need, they have.
Oh, if I'm throwing a party, I need stuff.
You got stuff like that. You have decorations. You
Party
got those.
supplies.
You have scary, jumpy electronic.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So anything I need Halloween style.
They got it. So they have been massively successful.
Yeah.
Massively successful. So much so that they're now going to expand to a second holiday.
Oh, what one?
Why? Okay, now that you say that, I got it.
What?
It's Christmas.
Yes.
It's got to be.
Yes. Spirit Halloween is now going to open up seasonal Christmas-themed shops,
they're going to clean
too.
up.
You think so?
Yeah.
So, story in the DNC yesterday says right now there are 3 stores planned for New York State. At this moment, none of them are in our area, but the story did also say within the next 2 weeks that could change.
Sure.
So it either they're trying to expand as much as possible or they're going to try with a couple and see if it works. Why do you think this will be successful?
Because people love to decorate for Christmas. I mean, we talk about it every year.
There's like a song and everything.
I know.
Yeah, deck the halls.
But think about all those times we talk about all these insane people that put all this crap up around their house.
Sure.
I mean, if that opens up, my wife's going.
Okay. Sure. Kimmy, you think this will be successful?
I'm going to say no.
Why is that?
Because every store does their own Christmas pop-up essentially, right? Like you go to Lowe's, you go to Home Depot, they have Christmas stuff. All those like home decor stores, like they'll have an entire wing of the store dedicated to Christmas when, the holidays start to roll around. Like you can't, there are 1,000 places you can go to get cheap Christmas stuff that I don't know if you really need another store with that kind of retail.
She hit it right on the head.
Yeah, but they're not hanging out here for long. Like you say, they're in and out.
Yeah, no,
quick.
I got it.
Yeah.
There is not a store in Rochester that when the calendar flips November won't be loaded with Christmas stuff. Name me a single retail store that does not have a Christmas section.
Unless they keep it cheap and they got unique stuff.
Oh, yeah,
But a lot
man,
of
if
those
there was
other places
only a
are cheap.
place where I could find cheap Christmas unique stuff, I don't know, like a Miller Lite Christmas sweater that's $6 at Marshall's. Like, bro, they have Christmas
Walmart, yeah.
They have Christmas sweaters for
You
like
name
TV
it.
shows I didn't even know existed.
Maybe they got like the talking tree or something.
Oh,
I don't
man,
know.
if there was only 19 places other than the 19 places
They
to get
sell
the
the
talking
talking
tree.
tree.
They got talking trees all over the place. Tree in my yard started talking last year, November.
Way off the booze.
Yeah, I just
you don't think?
and I also think a lot of people will go and buy their Christmas stuff after the holidays are over to get it for super discount, like super cheap. And I don't know if this place plans on sticking around that long.
All right, let's call them then. Tell them it's stupid.
This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. And the fact that you agree with it lets us know it's the dumbest idea.
Oh, so this company that makes millions of dollars.
Well, I get the Halloween thing because there aren't, stores don't go this far out of their way for Halloween where they have, every single party decoration you need for Halloween, every costume you could imagine.
But those party
Halloween.
places closed up. Remember they used to have those where you just bought all this stuff for parties?
So Party City still exists.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought most of them were gone.
No, there's one in Henrietta. I know
still
that.
around.
There's one in Greece, too.
Yeah.
Both of them next to Core Life Eatery. How about that? That's why I know.
All right, so tank is no good.
I don't see how this works because people, we're creatures of habit. We like going to places that we go to. And you're right. Maybe there are people that'll go and check it out if one opens around here because it's like a novelty, right? But you don't need to go out of your way to find Christmas stuff. And Kimmy actually hit something really important on the head.
What's up?
Again, we're talking about Spirit Halloween, that place that pops up, sells you all the Halloween stuff possible, and then disappears, right? Well, they're going to be open a little while longer in some locations because they are going to open Christmas-specific stores starting this year. 3 in New York State. As of now, none near us, but that could change. Spirit Halloween's business plan is brilliant.
Yeah.
They only pay rent for 3 months, 4 months out of the year. Right? They take all of the Halloween stuff. You've never seen a sale at Spirit Halloween. You know why? All the stuff they have, they can put away and sell again next year.
Yeah.
Or they sell it out to somebody else.
They just bring it back.
Yeah, I guess.
They just bring it back.
Yeah.
Kimmy said it herself, and your wife does this. The day after Christmas, she goes out and buys a bunch of Christmas stuff on sale.
Yes, we do.
Right? Well, if they're not going to sell their stuff, if they're going to hold it until next year, why? It's actually a benefit to go to the other places.
So this thing has no chance.
I think this will be a massive failure.
All right.
Unless there's another holiday it'll work for. I mean, Easter's not that. You're not decorating for Easter a ton.
No, you're not doing it for Thanksgiving. Really.
No, there's no Thanksgiving costumes.
I don't even think
most of those are problematic.
There was that Christmas tree shop in Henrietta for a long time, and I don't think that's around anymore.
Yeah, what happened to that? Oh, it went out of business. It was called the Christmas tree shop. It went out of business. Idiot man watches store goes out of business and then goes, I think this plan's pretty good.
I also think you're going to start to get this influx of people that don't want to shop for Christmas decor because, like, I'm thinking of like my grandma, my mom, like my mom's age, like they have so much stuff that they've inherited Christmas wise that they are trying to give you because I have boxes of Christmas stuff that I will probably never use, but I also feel guilty throwing it away because it was, it was used in my grandma's house, it's just, I think that people are going to be overloaded with hand-me-down holiday decor.
Yeah, but here's what you're underestimating, and Tommy, you can back me up on this. For whatever reason, you ladies, we know ladies be shopping. Right?
Oh, they love to do the shopping.
That was proven in the great Def Jam study of 1992. Women be shopping. You guys can't say no to new Christmas stuff. My wife, who's not even a big decorator, every year will go out and buy a bunch of new Christmas stuff, even though we have bins of it in the basement. It just continues to accrue, right? There are things that we won't put out from years ago that are still perfectly good because she got something new that she likes better. Well, I don't get what it is about you ladies and the crack that is Christmas decorations.
Well,
I can't have a 12-foot skeleton, but she wants to go buy 3 new nutcrackers.
You're also buying all that stuff that's on discount. It's usually some pretty flimsy, cheap stuff. It probably doesn't hold up that long either.
Even though it all gets dented up, my wife still wants to put it out.
The lights don't work anymore.
She bought this tin Christmas train a couple of years ago. It doesn't move. It's just made out of tin.
Yeah.
Right? Thing's all banged up. It gets knocked off the counter. We got my nieces and
Doesn't
nephews
hold
over
up
all
very
the time.
well.
She keeps putting it out. It's like missing a tire. Right? It's like, okay.
So it's like something your dad owned.
It's exactly what it looks like. We keep putting it out for some reason. I don't know. So this is a stupid idea.
Okay.
It will fail. And I don't understand why companies like this that have a brilliant business plan.
Yeah, just stick with it.
What? Just keep doing
But
it.
they must have done some research where they saw people want it. They did their research.
I love guys like you because companies go out of business all the time. Are they not doing
Bad research?
Is that what it is?
Bad research.
It's got to be what it is. And you sit there with your arms crossed, your legs crossed. Let me explain to you. I'm going to sit in a smart way.
Yeah, corporate America works best.
Thank you. Yeah. How about law?
Oh, we need laws.
Well, we have laws.
All right.
But there can be times where enforcing those laws are tough.
All right.
For example, it's against the law to drive under the influence of marijuana. The problem is there is no way to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, as of right now, if someone is under the influence of marijuana
just smoke.
on the side of the road, you can't do that. You cannot figure it out. One town in the greater Rochester area said they now had a tool. And that tool was going to do that for them. And we talked about this 2 weeks ago. And when we talked about it, we had one very important question. We now have an answer to that question. And we'll catch you up on that. But answer to the question or not, a man who heard this wrote us a letter. And he wasn't the only one. We got blasted with stuff after this. But he says, test, no test. If a cop says you're guilty, of course you're guilty.
We don't need no stinking test.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. question?
What's the question?
How do you prove if someone is driving under the influence of marijuana? The answer? Well, Irondequoit Police Department, they say they have it.
You sniff them.
What?
They smell like weed.
Don't sniff anybody. A new test that, if it works, will be a game changer.
This is amazing.
But there could be a small, big problem with the whole idea. Despite that, Tommy, there were plenty of people we heard from after we shared this story with you 2 weeks ago that don't care about this potential problem one bit because
what are they saying?
They are willing to trust the folks that have been trained. Even though, as good as that training can be, Tommy, it's impossible to be 100% sure every time.
Oh.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It is time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we shared with you a major story from Irondequoit. The big issue for years in legalizing recreational marijuana was being able to prove that someone was driving under the influence. If you get pulled over for drinking, Tommy, they have a breathalyzer.
Yeah.
If you don't take the breathalyzer, they can take a blood sample. And that is proof that you are intoxicated.
Yeah, you done.
For pot, there wasn't a test to prove in that moment that you were high. Until now.
What do you got?
The Irondequoit Police Department says they have what's called the Sotoxa Oral Fluid Mobile Test System. The company who makes it says it can test a person's saliva to see if in the moment they are under the influences of substances other than alcohol. It's a handheld device, and they say it can identify 5 separate drugs, including marijuana. The Irondequoit Police Department says they have, and I quote, drug recognition experts that will use this. The department is also the first in our area to roll it out. And it says in the story, this will be used for folks allegedly driving under the influence. What was missing in this story, Tommy, 2 weeks ago? The big question we had
was, does it hold up in court?
Bingo. Can you use this test in court? If you pulled someone over and they tested for marijuana, could they be prosecuted based on this evidence? Since we told you the story, we have our answer.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Damn.
You can't use the testing.
And they sunk all his money into this?
Well, look, I don't know how expensive it was.
It can't be cheap, man, for a small town.
I don't know. Well, no, it's not a small town. The town's full.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So, like we asked 2 weeks ago, if you can't use the test in court, what's the point of the test? And if the courts won't use it, well, what are the odds? I mean, what are the statistics on the false positives and the false negatives, right? All of these seem like very important questions that you would think a lot of people would care about.
Sure.
Tommy, we got blasted with responses from every angle with this story after we told it. But we'd like to start with a letter from a gentleman who says it doesn't matter how reliable this test is, because you know what you did.
Oh.
You know what you did. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. And this is a gentleman writing us. But today, playing the role of this gentleman will be Kimmy.
Oh, wow.
Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
It doesn't matter how reliable this new weed test is that the cops are using. If they use it, to me...
Sorry.
If they use it, to me, that's proof that you're driving while you're high. A police officer wouldn't waste their time testing you for something that they aren't sure you're doing. They have more important things to do. I'd like to know what you think the chances are that this test is wrong if a police officer suspects they're high and they test positive for being under the influence of marijuana. It would almost be impossible for that to happen. What it sounds like is that you're being paid by folks who sell pot to push it as safer than it actually is. Legalizing marijuana is one of the biggest mistakes that New York has ever made, and this is proof. Now you've got people driving high and trying to come up with BS excuses to get out of being arrested. And if that's not bad enough, you have 3 burnouts on the radio saying that cops aren't smart enough to do their jobs. Real nice. Just keep dragging this community into a hellhole while you laugh about stupid stuff every day. Sincerely, Greg. I want to say his last name.
All right.
Are you done?
Are you done?
All right, so right off the bat, a couple of things we had to clear up.
What you got?
First off, we are not being paid by any marijuana dispensary or the marijuana industry. In fact, you'd think that those industries wouldn't want people driving high the same way that bars don't want people driving drunk because it affects them in a negative way.
Yeah.
2, we are not a room full of 3 burnouts. We are a room full of 1 burnout.
Yeah. Oh, and she burned out.
Tommy and I do not smoke weed. We are drunks, thank you very much, right?
I don't do narcotics.
Thank you. Is marijuana a narcotic?
Oh, it's a narcotic.
Is it?
Of course it's a narcotic. It's a low-end narcotic.
Are you sure?
I think it used to be in those 1950s films.
Oh, yeah, you just, okay.
The narco squad's coming for you.
Yes.
Your left-handed cigarettes.
So considered a narcotic.
I'm 38 years old. My father was a police officer. Still is a police officer. I don't know what a narcotic is.
All right.
No idea.
I don't know.
Anything that's fun.
Okay.
Could be a narcotic.
But the other issue this man takes with the question that we asked 2 weeks ago is very strange. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This idea that it would be impossible for a cop to think you're high and then have you fail the test. Mm-hmm. How would you know?
Yeah.
We don't know how well, Tommy, this test performs in the field. If it has a 90% success rate, that's really impressive. It also means that every 100 times you use it, 10 people would get a wrong response. And here's the thing. It's not just false positives you have to worry about. Yes, you obviously don't want to see people getting arrested for something they didn't do. You also have the potential for false negatives, meaning that if someone is actually high and the test missed it, police would pull them over, test them, they would be high, they would be wrong, and they would send this person under the influence. On their way. Yes, on their way, after the police already intervened. That's not alarming, Greg.
All right.
Greg, bleep your last name. I mean, what the hell is he trying to do here? I'm confused as to what his take is.
Well, he wants you to just listen to the police officer.
Yeah.
The cop says you're high, you're high.
No, but...
I looked inside your car. You got wrappers all over the front seat. You got a Homer Rock and Roll bumper sticker back there with a Wii sticker. And these stripes don't run.
I mean, cops have all kinds of tools to make sure they do their job the right way.
Yeah.
The reason the breathalyzer exists is so you don't have to rely on having someone walk down the street and touching their nose because as much
they
as...
save that for Tiger Woods.
But like that could also not be 100,000% true, right? I don't get why Greg put so much trust in what these police officers do on the side of the road. Because like I grew up with cops.
Yeah.
Not just my dad, like our whole family is surrounded by cops, right?
Guys,
I can tell you for a fact, they're just human beings. They're trained. Most of them have the best intentions, but they make mistakes.
Yeah.
And they make mistakes that they regret making after the fact. But they could also be making mistakes that best case scenario causes someone embarrassment for being arrested for something they didn't actually do. Worst case scenario, see someone convicted of a crime they didn't commit because there would be no way to prove one way or another, like a breathalyzer.
Yeah.
Aside from a police officer's trained opinion, if they were driving while high.
Yeah, I mean, usually, like, anytime I've been pulled over for drunk driving.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a battery of things you go through. It isn't just one thing.
Sure.
You know, they run you through all of it if you agree to do it all. And it's pretty intense. You know what I mean?
Understood.
Before they come to the conclusion that you drunk.
Look, I get that you're using this as a tool to help. And I get that they have these police officers that have gone through these training, right, to like, identify people that are driving under the influence. I get it. But this idea that if a police officer believes that you're guilty is a very slippery slope that has a ton of negative consequences that I can't believe a man who wrote us a letter longhand didn't stop and be like, wait a minute, hold on. This could affect me in a really bad way.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. But look, we just run our mouths, Tommy. I talk about being the son of a cop, but I'm not trained as a police officer.
All right.
Fortunately, it seems we have the man who is running the department that has this test.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's calling in here, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? We did not set this up.
Yeah.
Let's please put our hands together for Chief of Police and Irondequoit Scott Peters. Hello, Chief Peters. How are you, bud?
Hey, Duffy, how you doing?
Good. Okay, so can I ask you a question right up front?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so if the tests are not admissible in court, what is the point of having these tests in the field?
Yeah, well, quite frankly, obviously, you talked about New York State, rolling out the, legalization of marijuana and all that stuff beforehand without having anything on hand, kind of just like, we had DWIs beforehand. So it was our way of actually trying to utilize this technology to try and get ahead of the curve because right now, like you said, we don't have anything to be able to find somebody who's driving under the influence of marijuana or any other intoxicants other than alcohol. This is just what we call like a roadside pre-screening test.
Okay.
Yep. And so it's that coupled with the officer's observations, training, all the rest of that stuff, gets you to the point of sitting there saying that, you know what, I am going to take you into custody. And at that point, we take you to a hospital for a blood draw. The blood draw is what gives you the probable cause to be able to make the physical arrest, to be able to bring somebody to court. So this is just what we call like a pre-screen. You've seen the pre-screens where people say, hey, blow into this tube on the side of the road for alcohol. Mm-hmm. This is the same thing. It's just a different form.
Okay, now let me ask it, not to get too technical here, right? But like, okay, so let's say I go for a blood draw, and can that tell me how long ago I ingested edibles or smoked marijuana?
No, it tells you the level of marijuana or anything that's in your blood system. So that's what the law is the amount that's in your blood system. So it doesn't matter. And you know what, quite frankly, I mean, especially with marijuana these days, you can, smoke a joint, that's kind of like garbage weed which has a low amount of THC, or you could have had somebody that's, vaping what they call this wax that has like 75% THC.
Oh yeah, I know girls like that.
So,
yeah.
So I mean, you could have somebody. You can have somebody that smokes weed. It's not. We always talk about it's not your parents' weed. You can have somebody who smoked weed 12 hours ago and still have a very high level of THC in your body because it all depends on the concentration of the marijuana that you're smoking. So this, you really nobody's saying that anything's wrong with weed. I mean, it's legalized. It is what it is. The problem is everybody has a problem, and I don't know if Tommy would really consider it a problem, but you see a car driving down the street, somebody drinking right from a bottle of Jack Daniels. We all have a problem with that.
Yes.
How many times have you driven down the street?
Hold on, let me stop you real quick. Chief, I'm sorry. I got to stop you real quick. I'm sorry, Chief. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, officer.
So, but I mean, we've all been driving down the road, and you can smell people who are actually, smoking marijuana, or you smell burning marijuana in a car in front of you. And people are thinking it's okay. I can get up. I can wake and bake. I'm fine. I drive better when I'm, when I have a little weed. Really? Are you really better? I mean,
are you done?
This is really
right.
No, I get you. Now, I wasn't talking to you. I was doing an impression of some other dick that we talked to a couple weeks ago.
Of course.
All right, real quick. And I know, look, I really appreciate you calling and clearing this up because it is a little bit alarming when we get letters where guys are like, cops are always right. Because, I mean, I have my dad, and that guy's wrong plenty of times. Chief, when it comes, and not to put you on the spot because I know, and I don't mean to get super technical, how accurate is this test? And how accurate does the test have to get where you could use it in a courtroom?
That's a great question. I mean, you're way above both of our Aquinas degrees. You know what? I mean, obviously, I'm not the scientist, so I'm not really quite sure of it. I obviously just know that it's a quick pre-screen to be able to sit there and just give us a little bit more based on also with, the officers' observations and what they go through their DRE schools. They're actually pretty accurate that way, especially with the, again, not to get too technical with the ice tag, miss, everything else and all that stuff. They're actually pretty accurate with
across from me.
He's been so quiet this whole time.
He's scared.
I know. Usually you're like interrupting people. Okay, I'm not paying attention. Can you read this to me like I'm 5?
It's so funny to
watch. You have to listen to the officer.
Oh, do you? Like he's so tough all the time. Let me tell you something, man.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
He's sitting here like nodding his head.
Hold on. I've been arrested twice. Yeah. And both times I was complimented with a good arrest I was.
Wow,
that's great. Congratulations.
Both times. I've never been handcuffed behind my back.
Well, not by a police officer.
Well, that was different. But I paid extra for that.
Chief, we really appreciate all the information, man. Thank you so much.
You got it, man. Listen, it's just a pre-screen, and just so you know, we actually used grant money from New York State to buy this, and so we're actually partnering with Monroe County Stop DWI to try and actually kind of spearhead this thing. Okay. So I didn't spend any of Irondequoit taxpayer monies on it. It was all bought on the grant.
But you didn't have to say that. You're not in an elected position. You can do whatever you want, man.
Well, I'm just trying to let people know that we're trying to do things right.
Chief, thanks for the call, bud. I appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, so now we got information from the horse's mouth, right?
All right.
But it still doesn't change the fact that there's a man that wrote us a letter that decided if a police officer decides this is a thing, this is totally a thing.
Yeah.
I don't think even this guy that wrote the letter probably didn't listen to a word he just said.
It doesn't matter.
He heard what he wanted, you know.
You are such a bitch.
I know.
Listen to the police.
You are such a bitch.
I've never heard you. I've never seen you be such like a good student over there.
You've never been arrested.
Like somebody will. I know.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yes.
I know when to shut up.
He's got a bitch. Oh no. Oh no. Such a bitch.
You had to listen.
Oh my God. Man, you and that guy that we used to work with, you get along great, huh? Yes, officer, keep talking. No, I agree. Absolutely. 252 WCMF, hate mail of the week. Guy named Greg writes us talking about these marijuana recognition tests that the Irondequoit Police Department now has. Says, doesn't matter if they're admissible in court or how accurate they are. If a police officer determines you are high, you're high.
Yeah.
You're high. By the way, he wasn't the only letter we got. Well, message we got. We got blasted on Facebook, email, Twitter, and I see you guys on hold. We'll get back to the calls in just a second. I would like to read you a letter that we got on Facebook from Lisa. Message, I'm sorry. Let me read that for you. Lisa writes us, quote, if the choice is using this test that isn't perfect or letting everyone drive high, you are stupid for not wanting the test. A few people getting arrested and then found not guilty is better for the community than thousands of people killing other people driving the influence. If you want to play the which one is worse game, Lisa's right. The imperfect test is better than the alternative. The problem, that's not how America works.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
And like what Lisa doesn't consider, and people that have that argument, is like, when it's someone you don't know that's falsely accused, that's fine.
Yeah.
What if it's your husband or your kid?
Yeah.
Or you, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it's like we said 2 weeks ago. Whoever comes up with the breathalyzer weed edition is
going to be a billionaire.
Instantly.
It's going to be the new ring cam.
But with everything else, things can be problematic. And wanting proof isn't saying that cops are bad at their job.
No.
It's protecting those cops from making a mistake that anyone with an infinite amount of training can make.
Yeah, you don't want the community getting sued, things of that nature.
Look, the sooner you realize that everyone's a human being and the person administering the not rock-solid test could be wrong.
But I think everybody feels like that till they get pulled over.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's usually how it goes, right?
Then the game changes.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Ryan has been waiting on hold for a long time. Ryan, I appreciate you holding, buddy. How's it going?
Yeah, Reefer Ryan here. Hey, the other issue I got with that letter is the guy saying that more people are driving high, that it's legalized. But that's just not true. People were driving high before it was legalized. And just because weed got legalized, people didn't just start smoking weed. If they legalize heroin tomorrow, I'm not going to start doing heroin. You either smoke marijuana or you don't. So I think that guy's just out of touch, and he's a weirdo.
No, it's a good take. Look, we've talked about this before, Ryan. There's still 4 in 10 New Yorkers who are anti-recreational marijuana. He's one of them, right? So, no, but it is a great point. Like this idea that now because it's legalized, like everybody's
running
it was
rampant,
already happening.
Yeah.
So,
right. Exactly.
Right. Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. We'll take one more call because I want to get as many voices in here.
Okay,
as I
good.
252. Shut up. If it's another police officer, you're going to sit. Now we know how to shut him up.
Yes, sir. Yep. Makes perfect sense to me.
Can we have a police officer on hold at all times?
I respect authority.
He's just calling the show.
You still respect him.
God, you're
respect the uniform.
Such a bitch.
Fall in line. Shut up.
It is amazing how guys your age do that immediately.
You should.
They're people.
They're professional people.
Yeah, everyone's a professional person.
No, but they're better than you. They're better than you.
I was a really good criminal.
Cops are not better than you.
Well, yes, they are. They're cops.
My dad's better than you.
He's got a gun. Yes, he is.
John's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man? What's the word?
Yo.
Hey, listen, not just about the letter, but about the cop calling in from Irondequoit.
Yeah.
I'm a nurse, and I deal with a lot of different things. The thing that made me concerned is he said that we use this thing on the side of the road, and then we take you in and get a blood draw to determine your THC levels. The THC, it's fat soluble, man. It hangs around for 90 days. You can't tell if someone got high 10 days ago, and I'm wondering, are they using that blood draw to make some other kind of determination.
So,
that
John,
seems pretty wild, man.
I don't have the information, I guess. So you're telling me
like the amount of THC, I guess.
Does it start going down?
Yeah, no. Listen, I screen people for transplants, and I can tell you, we have a lot of people on chemicals we're monitoring really tightly. And THC is the wildest one because it sticks around so long. That's the reason someone hasn't made that billion-dollar machine.
Gotcha.
Because THC sticks around so long.
Why would someone
they
need a weed
can't find a way to monetize the criminality of it. So I don't know what he's talking about, and that scares me.
Well, John,
as someone who's a pothead.
Well, all right. Well, John, as a pothead, look, I mean, he seemed like a nice guy. I'm sure you can go down to the police department and talk to him about it. Just, only have 3 ounces or less of weed when you walk into the police station.
Watch how you park.
I've been arrested before, too, and I am a good criminal as well. I don't find that funny.
Hey, welcome to the club, man.
I'm a wonderful arrest. I like being handcuffed.
John,
totally fine.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, so I still don't know.
All right, so maybe we should just you pull somebody over and you find out what they think is funny. And if they can't stop laughing at some base humor, they wasted.
Okay.
You know I'm right, man.
Let's take a break. For his birthday, I want to put 3 cops in the room and watch him not speak for a day.
Make one of them your dad, because he does this around your dad, too.
No, because my dad will start running his stupid mouth.
I like his dad.
Yeah, but you say some pretty harsh things about his dad until he's in the room.
I'm just chipping off of what he's saying.
Oh, it's my fault now. Now it's my fault.
I don't get. How would I know any of this information unless it fell out of your mouth?
Man, you're slurring and moving a little bit. Maybe we should call Chief Peters back there. Officer Lance, Chief Peters, combo plate, buddy. 3 quietest guys in your face. Let's take a break.
All right.
Speaking of crime.
Yeah, what happened?
Look, man, it's a rite of passage for old guys to get upset with crime that young people are doing.
Sure, it's out of control.
Yeah, and you can make that argument. ATV guys, oh, what a bunch of jerks those are.
Yeah.
The kids that are stealing Kias. I would never do that as a kid. But you can't make that argument for what someone was arrested for on Lake Ave earlier this week.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. it's easy to get mad at younger folks jackassing in our
Well,
community.
We had a summer of jackass.
We did, right? And you hear that line from old guys all the time. We were never that dumb when we were kids.
No, we respected the streets.
That's right. But there is a story that involves potentially young jackassers doing something really stupid that got someone else hurt. And this might be the one crime that not a single man, no matter his age in the greater Rochester area, can say, well, what are you thinking? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
What happened?
Monday night, around 11 p.m., police in the city of Rochester got a call for a hit and run. When they got to Lake Avenue, they found a woman whose car had been hit.
Yeah, got clipped.
The good news is...
What's the good news?
She was treated for only minor injuries. Sounds like she's going to be okay. But it turns out, according to police, Tommy, this wasn't your standard hit and run.
What happened?
The person who hit her was street racing down Lake Ave.
So they're drag racing.
That's right. Police are looking for any information about who these street racers might be, and let's hope they're identified and they're arrested and they're held accountable because this is dangerous.
Yeah.
What's funny about this, however, Tommy, there are lots of stories lately where old guys in the greater Rochester area can bitch about kids being idiots, right? Kids stealing Kias and Hyundais. It's irresponsible and it's dangerous, and we would have never done that. Young jackassers on ATVs and dirt bikes. You're going to hurt yourself and someone else, and it shows a lack of respect for
You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. But street racing, Tommy, none of your old asses can bitch about that.
What are you talking about?
Every generation of men in the greater Rochester area race their cars in the city of Rochester.
Yeah, but the streets were different then, Pat.
Were they?
They were new. There was less people.
Is that what it was?
We always, all those street races, we used the guidelines of the NHRA.
Oh, no kidding.
We all had hot rod magazines.
Since like the 1950s.
Since the 1950s.
Lou Graham made the very street this accident happened on, Lake Ave, internationally famous for street racing. You're on your own. Come on. No? Just me. Running all night on Lake Avenue. It's a piece of cake if you know what to do. I feel terrible for this woman.
Well, yeah, she could have gotten really hurt.
Yes. And obviously you want to see this kind of stuff stopped. But part of me is glad this story hit the news this week.
Why's that?
Because it is an undeniable reminder that all of us at one time were idiot kids.
Did something dangerous?
Super dangerous. Yeah. We all did stupid stuff, and we could have all killed ourselves and other people at multiple times during our childhood.
Yeah, but...
Did you not just hear Rev on the Red Light?
I heard.
Okay, just making sure we're all on the Rev on the Red Light.
Nobody ran from the police. We stopped.
No, there's actually...
We listened to the police officers. We didn't slink on our way home.
There's also a part in that actual song where Lou Graham talks about running from the cops because if he gets caught, they're going to take his wheels away.
Well, I know where Lou lives.
He also talks about paying off a judge to get his wheels back in that song. So any other arguments you want to make...
I didn't hear the rest of the song.
Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page here. Okay, great. Now here's the thing. This is not an argument for street racing or dirt bikes or stealing Kias. Yeah. But again, it's a reminder that these kids you hate for doing all this stuff, those kids that you think are wasted spaces that won't amount to anything, they're just like you.
Yeah, but I also think old guys don't like the vehicles they're using.
Is that what it is? If you had a cooler car?
It's not a Camaro. It's not a Vet. It's not a Nova SS, with hollowed out glass packs.
We don't know what these cars were. We don't know what this car was that hit this woman in the street.
They probably the new modern cars that sound fast. They probably don't even have like a standard. It's an automatic.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. I mean, look, I can see you wanting to be old man mad, right? But you don't have an argument.
Well, I'll think of one.
No, you won't, because you've been sitting here for 3 minutes. We even played a whole 30 seconds of a song. You could come up with something then.
Maybe Lou should write, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for racing. I made a mistake. And here's the thing. What? That's another great point, right? Like, I'm sure Lou now, despite that song probably making him millions of dollars, regrets what he did or feels like an idiot for doing it. And it's okay to grow up and say that I made a mistake and I shouldn't have done that stuff. But you do have to keep that in mind when you see the dirt bike stories and the Kia stories and the street racing stories. No?
We don't seem to.
Tell me why I'm wrong. I'll listen. I'm listening.
Some of it might be what you're saying pisses you off.
Okay.
It might be also pissing you off that you ain't that young kid anymore.
Is that what it is?
And you harken back to it's a reminder how old you are.
Okay.
It could bother you too. A little jealousy.
What, you wish you could still do it?
Well, every guy wishes he was a kid again.
Okay.
To go out and have some fun behind your parents' back.
What's keeping you 7-year-olds from jumping on an ATV and riding it down the street behind your wife's back?
Hard to get behind my wife's back.
Rev on a Kawasaki.
Now you have a sense
my wife's not home.
She's always home.
You have a sensible vehicle now.
And I'm on a fixed income. I can't afford that kind of gas at $3.50 a gallon.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story. Happened on Lake Ave Monday night, and it's a scary story. 2 street racers, according to police, hit a woman pulling out of a Taco Bell, which sucks too because she had Taco Bell.
I know.
There's nothing better than that smell of Taco Bell in your car. Mm-hmm. And she just wanted to get home.
Yeah.
Right? And eat her Taco Bell. Maybe she even had a burrito in her hand at the moment.
Which would have really sucked.
Yes. And she gets hit by one of these street racers, and she's okay, just minor injuries. And this should be stopped. The police need information as to how to find these people, and you should help them out. Yeah. But, I mean, it's a reminder that these, if they were young, are stupid kids.
Yes.
They did dangerous stuff. And you were also stupid kids that did dangerous stuff.
And maybe that's it. Now you can't, at your age, do that anymore. It's very hard to pop a clutch when you got a diabetic boot on. Or you just had cataract surgery.
I was choked on my water. Could you not do that when I'm about to take a sip of water? Thank you very much. I'm sorry, you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
I do wonder if there are guys who see this story that make the connection, right? Like that, oh, wait a minute. These kids aren't that different than what I was when I was a kid. And look,
or they still do it.
Do you think there were old guys still street racing?
I don't know.
Tommy says no. What do you
I don't know. I mean, there could be. There could be a range of ages involved here, right?
I'm thinking of those old hot rodder guys, right?
Yeah.
They go to those car shows at Tom Wall's.
Tuesday nights at Tom Wall's, baby. Milkshake burger and my Corvette.
I don't think a guy that has sunk that much money into that car is going to dick around with it too much. It's almost a showpiece where that's all they do with it.
Okay, but what's the point of having it then?
Just show it off. Those things are so clean and nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a car from the 1950s. It looks like it just rolled out of the showroom.
Look, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I remember sometimes my dad thinking he was cool punching it in his Buick. Like, watch this, kids.
Those engines were very powerful.
Yeah.
But, every now and then, he'd want to, he'd be like, want to see how fast we can go on this road? And I don't even know how fast he was going, but it was fun as a kid.
I mean, but think of those. Those guys have sunk thousands of dollars into their cars, and they would bitch if their wife needed dental surgery.
But look, you talk about how clean the cars look. And look, I do have a lot of respect for folks that can take a piece of history like that.
It's a hobby.
And refurbish it, and so you can see what it was supposed to look like when it came. Yeah. That's amazing, right?
Yeah.
But, bro, the stuff under the hood is just as impressive as the stuff on the body. So you're not going to use any of the stuff you paid for under the hood?
I don't think they do. And if they do, I don't think it's like they're going down and running up and down the street all night long. They may punch it or something for a second, but I can't imagine those guys. And some of those guys go down to the actual drag strip.
Yeah, you're right.
They go down to
the
Empire and run them.
That's why I was wondering, if there are some older guys still doing it every now and then.
Well, that costs money though, right? You have to pay to go do that?
Yeah, but it's cheap.
Okay.
And anybody can go down to a drag strip on Friday night and put your car in there and run it. Because I can remember I used to go down with Joe T from the old show.
Sure, yeah.
And one of the funniest things, he was running one night. I went down to watch. There was a woman in a station wagon in the staging line at Empire Drags knitting.
Wait, waiting to go.
She's knitting, and then she's getting ready to go in a station wagon up against another car.
How old do you think she was? Older?
But probably my age.
Okay.
But she looked like a granny. She looked like hot rod granny and legitimate knitting needles. And she puts them down, and then she went.
It's a cool grandma.
I'd be worried if I
So she wipes out.
I was going to say, you got a knit needle sticking out your eyeball. Look, maybe it's a rite of passage, being an idiot kid.
I'm getting away with stuff.
Maybe that rite of passage is the same rite of passage becoming an angry old man, right? It's just part of being a person, right? The circle of life. But I think what's kind of sad about a story like this, beside the woman getting hurt, obviously, is that these two types of people, right, the angry old guys and the young jackassers, would have a lot in common.
We got to bring them together.
Well, no, because that might actually encourage kids to do dumber stuff, and then we got dumber old men.
We used to throw fireworks out the car, scare the girls.
Yeah, because I think you're fighting an old man battle in your head of I don't want these kids doing this, but I also want to look cool to these kids in that kind of situation because I want to tell you that you're not even going as fast as I did. Like there's this weird balance that you don't know which one you want more. Do you want to look cool to these guys? Or do you want to point your finger at them and tell them they're doing wrong?
Yeah, like to that point, there were plenty of older guys listening that like dirt bikes and ATVs and have the knowledge and wisdom.
They motocross.
Yeah, working on that in the past, right? There's tons of gearheads that have gotten older that I'm sure would love to pass their knowledge.
So these old guys got to go down there and talk to these kids.
I've always wanted to go. Remember a couple of years ago, they would do that like staging of like those cars at the Walmart parking lot on Hudson.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
And they would be out all night and people were bitching about that.
Oh, yeah, that car show thing.
Yeah. I've always wanted to go down there to see what the age range was. Because I assume in my head it's a bunch of kids with like Honda Civics and like souped up Subarus and stuff like that, right? But like, are there a handful of 50, 60, 70-year-old guys?
Oh, I bet you there are. Yeah, they're all hot rodders. They've been doing it for 50 years.
Look, everyone should stay safe. Everyone should stay safe and not do anything that's going to put anybody in danger. But I mean, there is a missed opportunity here to bridge that generational gap and bury down the generational hate from both the young people towards the older folks and the older folks towards the
So we
younger
need somebody
folks.
to do that.
Well, no, I'm not going to do it.
No, but you're not a hot rodder. I'm not a hot rodder.
You look like a hot rodder. Hair slicked back, racing shoes. You're a pair of gloves away from being Mario Andretti.
You know, I used to work with a guy that wore driving gloves to work, and he had a nice little hot rod.
Yeah, he sings about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he does. I think he still does, but not right now because his house is underwater.
Why?
That could be many people. There's a lot of retired radio guys in Florida.
There actually are.
That may get swept away.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This was in from Bob.
What's Bobby saying?
Bob said what Tommy said, that we were safer, but when I heard Tommy say it, I knew we were wrong. I guess I would like to go and see what these kids are doing now under their hood, but I can never do it. I don't want to look dumb, and I realize that I made a mistake, and I don't want to encourage their mistake. All right, you're starting to build a bridge there.
So there used to be a thing that they used to advertise in a show that they used to run for, and it was mostly for motorcycles, which a lot of what these kids are doing are, where they had grass drags out at some field somewhere, and I forget where it was. But they used to advertise on the show like you paid money and you got to go out there and run your bike against anybody else.
Oh.
And they were street races, and it was on private property, I think. I don't know if you can still do it, but they ran ads on our show, and the only thing you couldn't have was a wheelie bar and slicks.
Oh. Well, that's what I got. I'm not going.
But you could bring your whatever you wanted to race down there and do it.
I got to think the liability now, man. Whew.
Probably. Lawyers ruin everything.
Let's take one call, 252-WCMF. Again, we're talking about this hit and run. Terrible story. This poor woman. Thank God she was only minor hurts. She's going to be okay. But it was street racing down Lake Avenue, like Lou Graham sang about. Like everybody in Rochester, man, has done at some point in their life. You had mentioned going down to the drag strip and that granny in her station wagon with her knitting needles. Steve's on CMF. Hey, Steve. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you, Pat?
Good, man. What's up?
I'm kind of mad because Tommy didn't finish the story about the knitting drag racing granny. Did she win?
Did she win?
I don't know.
How do you not watch her race?
Of course he didn't pay attention. He doesn't have the attention span to pay attention to an entire race.
Well, you're at one end of the drag race. You can't see the other end.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Like start, stop,
It's a mile. It's a quarter mile away. I think she hooked up with one of the guys.
Okay. Well, that's so much for you being News 10 anchor.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you know what? She won. She won the whole damn thing. She
lie to us.
She went on to the Gator Nationals and beat out all the funny cars.
Steve, thanks for the call, buddy.
They called her Top Fuel Granny.
Top Fuel Granny.
That's before she got in the car.
All right, let's take a break. The lottery's changing.
What did it do?
Well, the Mega Millions are, right? That's not that we play it here in New York, but it's not New York exclusive.
Yeah.
And we're about to describe to you how the lottery killed itself.
Wait, so it's going bad?
Look, man, they say this is a benefit to lottery players. But right now, the amount of money you pay for a ticket is perfect.
Yeah.
Starting soon, it's no longer perfect. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah,
the death of the lottery.
What'd they do?
Well, look, they're making a change, and they're saying this is to enhance the lottery, and it'll definitely enhance it. But for the money that I'm spending and the chances that I have, it makes sense right now. You gonna make me spend this much?
Were they jacking it up?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We will jump right into it. Mega Millions, very popular lottery game here in New York, is upping the price of their ticket.
So what is it now?
So right now it's $2.
Right.
And earlier this week, they started the announcement by saying next April, they are offering enhancements to the game. Improved odds, bigger and more frequent jackpots, faster growing jackpots, larger starting jackpots. And how are they going to do it?
Yeah.
By more than doubling the price of a lottery ticket.
Starting
Starting next year.
Yeah.
Mega Millions tickets will go from $2 to $5 a ticket.
Oh. Man, that's like you can't go any higher than that.
I think you went too
$5,
high.
you may be right, but $5 is it.
The pitch one of the Mega Millions officials gave is one of the funniest sentences you'll ever hear in your life.
Well, the cost of things.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Quote, spending $5 to become a millionaire or a billionaire, that's pretty good.
That's a good investment.
You pay $5 for your Starbucks. But let's say you use that $5 for Starbucks. When I go into Starbucks, I get coffee.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a possibility I wouldn't get a coffee.
Could you imagine where you got coffee in the morning if it was
the coffee lottery?
It's $5 and you still have a 60% chance of getting coffee.
No coffee.
You would not go to that coffee shop.
Yeah,
and
true.
that's way better odds than becoming a millionaire or a billionaire.
Right. And you're getting one ticket out of it.
Even if coffee was $2, the most expensive coffee you could buy, and you give us $2, and you got a 60% chance of getting that cup of coffee, that place is out of business tomorrow.
Yeah, because I would think people are going to buy less tickets because if let's say it's $2 a ticket, you're going to spend $10, you get 5 tickets out of it. You feel like you got your money's worth, I guess. Whereas if it's $5, I'm probably only spending $5 because I don't, it's just not worth the amount you're getting.
I mean, the people I know that really were heavy lottery players were people that were poor.
Yeah.
That I knew in my life.
Yes.
Like they were deep into it. And I take example of Gussie used to be on the old show. She played all the time, but it was cheap, to your point.
Yes.
And if it was $5, she's out.
Here's what it is, and here's why $5 is too much. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. $5 is now real money. And what I mean by that, the $2 ticket price, you can find $2. There are ways of easily getting $2 every day, even without leaving your house.
For it in quarters.
Yes, you can find $2, and we're in a country fortunate enough where you can always find $2.
Yes.
You can't always find $5.
Not on a regular basis.
And again, the example this guy for the Mega Millions gives actually shoots down his argument because $5 is what you spend at Starbucks. I hand you $5, I'm handing you my morning cup of coffee. I hand you $2, I'm not handing you anything because you can't buy anything for $2 except for this Mega Millions ticket.
And it kind of loops back to what we talked about earlier in the show about having cash on you, feeling like you have free money. So when you hand over that $5, it feels a little bit more real that you're only getting one thing out of it.
Exactly. Yeah. And by the way, you're not getting one thing out of it. You're getting a chance, an infinitesimal chance. They're also getting rid of even paybacks.
What's that?
So if you win hit 1 or 2 numbers or whatever it is, you don't win back $5, you'll win back more than your money. So they're trying to entice you with the potential to win is so much greater. But the barrier to entry is still $5.
Yeah, true.
$5. I don't know, man. I know you don't play the lottery at all.
No.
Even at $2, it was too rich for your blood.
Yes.
But Kimmy, you and I will buy a ticket when it gets really hot.
Yeah, when all that there's all that hype surrounding it.
I'm not giving them $5.
You wouldn't?
No, it's too much money.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not a regular player, so it's not eating away at you. No, and you got it.
No, I'm not giving you $5.
A chance to win $1 billion.
The excitement of Mega Millions. I mean, look, we all fantasize about winning it, right?
Sure.
But the fun of it is holding your ticket up while they're reading the numbers. Even if you don't win, if you're a casual lottery player, you're getting $2 worth of fun with your spouse sitting there being like, ooh, here it comes.
So they had to change their slogan because it used to be $1 in a dream. Mm-hmm. So it's $5 in a dream.
$5 and shut up.
I would
I don't know.
Maybe there's something I'm missing here, but wouldn't you have less winners because there will probably be less? Let's say you're spending $20, you're still only getting 4 tickets, so people are getting less tickets for the amount they're spending.
It said the odds are improved, so I don't know how they're going to do that.
Right, because you know how they'll go weeks without having a winner, and that's when people are buying a ton of tickets, so there's more numbers out there to hit.
But maybe that's why this will work, is because the jackpots will get bigger faster because there are fewer winners. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but no, that would mean like you're not going to have a winner for a long time.
Yeah, that would make the pot grow
The pot
bigger and
keeps
bigger and
growing.
bigger and bigger. 'cause
It's a
every time-
progressive pot.
Exactly.
I guess I see what you're saying.
I know you don't know what the word progressive
Yeah,
is.
it's gambling. I worked with degenerate gamblers.
I understand you've heard words before.
Yeah.
I would like the definition.
The pot grows. The money doesn't go anywhere. Okay. The pot, you keep feeding the pot. It's a progressive pot.
Of all the things he gets mad at,
you know who I worked with,
no,
man.
I understand.
Like to question the fact that I worked with a guy that literally gambled his career away twice. You question my credentials.
How dare
you?
No, I'm not questioning your gambling credentials. I'm questioning your master of the English language.
Well, that I don't have.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't questioning your gambling. I was calling you
like that insurance. It's called progressive.
Illiterate. That's all I was trying to do, man. Facebook questions coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, doesn't matter how much you charge. These people are addicted to the lottery. They'll keep spending.
Well, that's what they're betting on. He is right. That's what they're gambling on themselves, is that we can raise it because they'll spend.
All right, but like...
Well, I guess I'll find out.
There's so many more options to gamble now, even without leaving my house. Like, for example, so, tonight there's playoff baseball. Tomorrow there's Thursday night football.
But I have to have a knowledge of sports. This is just being dumb. This is just buying a ticket and waiting. Like, sports gambling is a little bit more in detail.
The way they let you do it,
yeah,
you don't need any knowledge.
There's somebody we work with down the hall who literally admits she has no idea what anything is, but she gambles on one of those apps.
And
right?
last year, she never watched a hockey game in her life. She was winning 70% of her bets last year. It was the most.
She's like, I'm really good at hockey. I don't know why, but I just am.
Right.
I mean, and look, here's the thing, man. If I can pay $5 for a chance of becoming a millionaire, which is tiny, or I can pay $5, put it on, I don't know, the Sabres to win tomorrow night against the Kings. I got a 50-50 shot of making it $10.
But a lot of gamblers too, like at least my parents' generation, they locked into whatever they liked.
Okay.
And now, granted, they didn't have the options they have today, so I don't know. But my mother played slots and she played the lottery, and that's it. I mean, it was like religion to her, and she wouldn't do anything else. My old man liked table games, so I'm guessing they're hoping people are creatures of habit and they won't break those habits.
Look, to Dan's point in the Facebook message, maybe
a degenerate daily gambler. Very hard to say.
Which is weird because. You work with a guy that gambled his life away.
Twice.
No, Dan, look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Tommy's wrong. Maybe we're wrong here, right? It'll be very interesting to see what the Mega Millions ticket sales look like when they make this increase in April to $5 a ticket. So start saving now.
Ooh, boy.
Monday, I believe it was.
Whatever.
We talked about Ozempic and Wegovy, those drugs that you
shoot. The drug shot.
Yeah, you shoot in your stomach and you lose weight, and how miraculous they are, and how actually people have been doing something dangerous trying to get their hands on them. Well, and we'll recap that real quick. It turns out that there may be another drug on the horizon which would keep you from having to do that.
What's that?
And if this drug works, it would be the most revolutionary pill maybe in the history of mankind.
Game changer.
There's just one problem right now.
What's that?
We'll get into it.
All right.
What if I told you could run, or you could have the body of a person who runs a 10K every single day, and you wouldn't have to get off your couch?
It's game over.
It's legit.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. We are living in amazing times, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
We just talked a few days ago about a miracle weight loss drug and what people were willing to do to get their hands on it.
Yeah, they're shrinking.
Wouldn't you know, a few days later, a pill shows up that's even more of a game changer.
So what does this do?
Well, look, the promises of this pill are pretty amazing. We just have no idea what it will do to you long term.
Okay.
But that's not going to keep people from giving it a try, is it? No.
Probably not.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. A few days ago, we talked about an issue that showed up here in New York State. The weight loss drugs Ozempic, Wegovy, the stomach shots that people have melting pounds.
Yeah.
Right? Just to recap, for those who live under a rock, the drugs were developed for diabetes, but they were discovered to have these weight loss properties. They curb people's appetites. And when that was discovered, they became the hottest items in America.
Oh, yeah.
They're prescription drugs, so you can't just go to the store and buy them. And that created some issues.
Yeah.
Folks that did have a prescription that didn't have great insurance had to pay a bunch for them. Folks that didn't have a prescription had to pay even more.
You get a little crafty.
And the report that we shared with you Monday was that people in New York State are spending thousands of dollars buying prescription weight loss drugs from total strangers on social media. Yes. Yeah. Now, the idea is like, these are my prescriptions that I'm not using, so I'll sell them to you for $750 to $1,200 a shot. But experts are saying this is super dangerous for 3 reasons.
What's that?
1, it's not your prescription. You don't know what kind of issues you could have if you take it.
Yes.
2, you're doing it without a doctor's care, so if something were to go wrong, no one can help you. And 3, the stuff that people are selling, you can't be sure it's the actual drug.
Oh.
We talked about how there are knockoffs that can come from overseas. Best case scenario, those are not as effective as the actual drugs. Worst case, they can actually hurt you. And we kicked around the idea during this conversation of the risks people were willing to take to get skinny. Remember, we talked to that one woman who was on Wegovy, I think.
Yeah.
She said she first started by taking her friend's
leftovers.
Side, yeah. She had an extra.
And she had been giving it to someone else that she knew. Well, Tommy, what if I told you
what you got?
There was an even better medical option right around the corner for getting thin?
Boy.
Yesterday, researchers announced they've created a pill that mimics running a 10K.
So it kicks up your metabolism?
That's exactly what it does.
And you just start burning fat.
What does it do to your heart?
A lot.
Dr. Muley, a lot of stuff going on in
that. When I run a 10K, or
gives it a good workout.
I don't know if I've ever run a 10K.
I was going to say, when have you ever run a 10K?
Yeah, you're sweating, your heart's beating fast.
Right.
I guess, is it replicating that, or it's just simply? Are you getting like a workout from it?
Here's what it says it does.
Okay.
It says it releases hormones that suppress your appetite, so you won't eat as much.
Okay.
It kicks your metabolism up, like Tommy said.
So you burning.
To where you would be running a 7-mile run.
Okay.
And it flushes fatty acids from your bloodstream. And that's a good thing because it reduces your risk for diabetes and heart disease. And
all right, so you're cleaning yourself out.
You got it. If what doctors say is true, this is a legitimate game changer. Folks that are too old to work out, this would really help them.
Sure.
Folks that are too hurt to work out, this would really help them. Folks that are too busy to work out, this would help them. Or,
You have a job where you're sitting on your ass all day.
Yeah. Or, people that just want a quick fix.
Right. And everybody wants a quick fix. They've been pushing this stuff since day one.
Yeah,
sure.
the
diet pills, all
diet
that
culture
stuff.
in general, right?
Yeah.
It's dropping as much weight as possible, as quickly as possible.
If you told people that this drug absolutely works, but it shaves 5 to 7 years off the end of your life, I still think you could sell the hell out of it.
Okay, that's a fair
Because
statement.
people want to look good right now, and I don't care about the end of my life because it looks like the end of my life sucks anyway.
But that seems to be the problem with this pill. It's never been tested on humans.
Yeah.
So they've done the
But
test.
look at those pigs. They look beautiful.
They did a test in
Get a hot
rats.
ass on that pig.
Hot ass on that pig. Your mom's back here again. They did the test in rats. They said it worked great.
Beautiful rats.
But the person who tries it will be the first ever.
So they have not tested it yet.
Not on humans.
How do they make that jump?
Yeah.
Like first person that's going to try it.
The first person has to eat the rat that ate the pill, and then they go from there. Yeah. No, I don't know. They do
they got to pay it. Yeah. All right.
All right. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Well, I was gonna say, like, if you're taking this and you're already, let's say you're just an active person, but you still can't lose the weight. Like, are you not supposed to work out while you're on it? It seems like that could be a dangerous combination.
This is brand new. All of the information that we have, I've given you. All right. So here's my question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A pill that mimics running a 10K every day. You would get skinny just sitting around.
Yeah.
Are you willing to be the first person that takes that pill? If they give you the pill for free, we'll give you a lifetime supply. You just have to check in with them every 2 weeks to let them know how things are going with you, your body, your brain. Would you be willing to be the first human to swallow that pill?
You asking me personally?
Yeah, because you have a fat man. You struggle with your fat man every single day.
I'm old.
Yeah, that could also mean more severe side effects.
Right. Mm. But if I was, I'll say this, at my age, probably not. But young, fat ass Tommy sitting on his ass, eating all that good food from Fox's Delicatessen over the years, doing all that damage. Oh, yeah.
No, I love how you won't take it now because you've got so much to look forward to.
I do.
Yeah, your quality of life is so good. It takes you a full commercial break to get out of your chair. By the time he gets up to go to the bathroom,
at 10 o'clock.
He's good.
I'm a gazelle. No, but I think as a young man struggling with weight, absolutely.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before I ask you, Kimmy, I want everyone to keep in mind, if you took this pill and the first one to take it, and they're going to give it to you for free, lifetime supply, you would have no idea the short-term or long-term consequences. You would be a legitimate human guinea pig, but you would also have a chance to get skinny for nothing and get your chicks for free.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you be the first one to take that pill?
No.
Oh, a skinny girl doesn't want the fat pill.
No.
I'm just so skinny.
Listen, and it's not because I think I would do it thinking it's probably going to work, but I don't want to know, because you're using me to figure out what the side effects are. You know what I mean?
If there are side effects.
If there are, but they're always. I mean, they're with any.
So one leg gets shorter than the other over a period of time.
I can't think of one thing you
You're
take
not running anyway.
where there are absolutely zero side effects, and I guess I want to wait it out first. I want to see how it affects everybody else before I dive right in.
Here's my sales pitch as a guy that's pushing these drugs.
Okay.
Right? Fat ass.
Not a good start. Not a good start. Look, hey, you ugly piece of crap.
Think of all the crap you put in your body every day as a fat guy.
Yeah.
Like, think of all the bad stuff you and I ate.
But you already know what that does to you.
But I was eating things that I knew were horrible for me.
Right.
Like all the cold cuts and cheese and crap and artificial crap I was eating, man. I'm worried about this pill. I'm doing so much long-term damage to myself.
Yeah.
Being a glutton. Like, this is nothing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You think you know about the damage you're doing to yourself, but you don't. Because let's say it was going to lead to heart disease, right? If I tell you at 30 you're going to get heart disease eating all this cold cuts and you think you know what heart disease is, but you don't know until you have it and you're feeling it and your body starts to change. I mean, look, I know there are plenty of folks that are dealing with heart issues right now, right? Where you're like, this sucks really bad.
But, bro, you see people struggling every day with the girth. And I still see them pushing those carts through Wegmans, loaded up with all them delicious, crunchy goodies.
I love how now you're turning on people with a weight problem.
Saddlebag Sally, she's sitting in that motorized chair, man, just loading up.
Took it down to the drag strip from what I hear last week.
She's losing. She ain't getting out of the gate. But, you know, like if that poor woman could get this pill, what does she care?
Well, again, is the side effect worth
Right, we don't know
benefit?
yet. And the unknown.
But people eat themselves into diabetes and heart disease. You do it over, you know, you hear people telling you.
But you don't know what that feels like till it's there.
All right, take the damn pill.
Okay, we're not here to push drugs. I'm asking a legitimate question.
No.
By the way, you can't even get the pill right now. They're only testing it on rats, or they only tested it on rats.
Do you think people would be more motivated to be the first to test this thing out? Do you think the motivation would come from losing the weight? Potentially losing the weight, I should say. Or would people be more motivated to be the testers if you were going to give them a paycheck for it?
I would think that you wouldn't have to pay people. I would think that if you gave them the promise, the potential of losing this weight.
You think that would be
100%.
more? Okay.
Think about this when you first started losing weight, when you were like chubbed up, right? Do you remember the feeling the first time you got on a scale and it worked?
Yeah.
Like you go, holy crap, I made 5 pounds leave my body.
Sure.
It's so euphoric that if you gave me a pill, I'm in.
But you're forgetting.
Just to get that feeling.
But you're forgetting you're the first to test this. So you don't know that it works yet.
But if it does,
but let's say,
and I get that result.
Yeah,
but
what if it goes? What if it goes?
What if it?
No, I'm saying. But when you're taking something that nobody's ever taken before, what if it goes the opposite way? What if it messes up your metabolism? You end up gaining more weight. You're going to be the first to find out, I guess is my point.
No, but let's say this, right? Again, we're talking about this pill, 252 WCMF. It's legitimate. Scientists say they've discovered a pill that mimics running a 10K for your metabolism in your body, speeds it up, it suppresses your appetite, and it flushes fatty acids from your bloodstream. All of these things are really good for you. And they say that if this works the way they think it will in humans, it's a game changer. Problem is, they've only tested it on rats. So we're asking, would you be the first human willing to try it? Let's just say, Tommy, in your scenario, you get on the scale and the 5 pounds are down.
And, man, you feel it.
And look, it works. It works. Except
the
when
pants are feeling good.
When you're naked on the scale, you look down and your penis is slightly tinted green and curling to the right.
Oh, wait. I have a discolored penis?
I don't know why. It's slightly tinted green.
All
Your
right.
mom wasn't around, so we know it wasn't that. And it's starting to curve to the right
slightly. So I get that Peyronie's disease.
Slightly.
All right.
Slightly, but not up, sideways.
I dog leg a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm taking it.
No, you wouldn't. If it messed with your junk, you wouldn't take it.
My junk still works.
Mate, for now. Again, you just started taking this pill. You don't know where it's going. You got a Grinch dong.
I don't know, man. It would
What's
have
the
to
point
really
of being skinny if you can't use your dong?
It would have to really
Put that on a t-shirt.
All right. So you're saying it's a possibility it F's my. But look at those guys that take steroids and screwed up their junk.
Yeah, but that's different. I mean, that's for
It shrunk it.
Yeah.
They had problems.
But I don't think those guys are trying to be built to meet women. Those guys are trying to be built because they're psychos who want to win these bodybuilding competitions.
True. It would have to really do some dong damage.
Dongage?
Yeah.
But again, you wouldn't be sure.
I think of all the horrible things I've done to my body, man. Just dating South Florida women. Think how many skank pubes I've ingested over the years.
Man.
I probably got a sweater tangled up in my colon right now of skank South Florida pubes. I got a quilt down there, man. Can't even get it out of my system.
Warmest colon in town. Thanks to my skank pube sweater. 252 WCMF. Let's let someone else talk for a while.
Yeah.
Bill is on the show. Hey, Billy, how are you, buddy?
How do I follow that?
Good luck.
I was saying, you sign up for this deal, and then they tell you lifetime supply and all that crap.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get the lifetime supply, and it's 2 pills. They said, well, we're going to try this first. This may be a lifetime supply.
Wow.
they hand you the pills, and they're all looking at you with wide eyes slowly. Oh. All right, Billy, are you a fat guy? Are you a skinny guy?
I'm a fat guy.
Okay, so have you made the effort to try and lose weight throughout your life?
Actually, I have. I'm still happy, but I've lost 40 pounds.
Attaboy. Way to go. Way to go. And by the way, I don't want to look, if you're a big person and you're happy being a big person, God bless you. I just know the struggle of trying myself. All right, Bill. So with that, would you be willing to take the pill, first human being lifetime supply?
No.
Why?
Why? I got 20 more to lose, and I'm skinny.
Yeah, but let's say you hit that wall. You can't get that last 20 off. You plateau. And this pill blasts that fat right out of your ass.
Dear God.
Well, Tommy, I'm your age, so no.
Okay. Well, his penis is not green, so he's got that going for him.
Okay.
Right, Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. It's amazing. You're not even selling the pill, and you're a terrible influence.
What are you talking about?
Exactly what I just said.
Blast that fat right out of your ass.
I mean,
blast that fat right out of your ass.
Yeah, what if you find out it takes your ability takes away your ability to do other things that you love?
Like love Megan.
As a trade-off. Yeah, it could be something as simple as that.
What if it takes away your ability to be funny? I mean, it wouldn't change how the show goes on a daily basis, but it would bother you. Have you been taking the pill? There's a lot of bottles over there.
I would take some mild side effects.
Well, let's say it makes you a more irritable person.
Impossible.
You never know.
Like
That could affect your relationship with people. That could affect your job. I mean, there are certain things where maybe it sounds minor, but it's gonna take a toll on your life.
But some of those side effects I see in the other stuff, I'll take oily stool.
You say that until you got oily stool, bro.
My stool's gross anyway. Let it be oily. If I had an oily dump but I lost 50 pounds, I'll take an oily dump.
Yeah, till you're taking Jiffy Lube squats and you're miserable. And by the way,
you're pooping your pants.
Yeah, you're literally pooping your pants every day.
No, they don't say pooping your pants.
What do you think oily stool
is? It's an oily
is?
discharge when you defecate.
Oily stool equals pooped pants. They just can't say poop pants. Yeah, if you take Wegovy, you may have pooped pants.
You lost the weight, but you got to wear a diaper.
I mean, they say you also have like.
Would you take that? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
What's that?
Kimmy's
You lost the weight, all the weight you wanted, but you got to wear a diaper.
Yeah, but you wouldn't see it anyway. It'd be looking good.
So you're cool with that.
What pants could you wear where the diaper would be hidden? What are you, Elton John?
No, they make them pretty.
They make them snug now, man.
Yeah, they look like underwear.
There's like
they make those commercials.
There's designer diapers.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Boxer,
I mean, ain't your daddy's diaper?
Boxer Joe, no. What you were saying, I cut you off.
No, I mean, I would take like, they say you might have thoughts of like gambling. Okay.
Thoughts of gambling. I love how
you might be depressed.
He combined thoughts of suicide with compulsive gambling and got thoughts of gambling.
Yeah, I have gambling thoughts. I have oily stool, and I may want to kill myself. But look how good I look.
No, but like,
and I'm wearing a diaper.
Take the suicide out of it.
Like, rubber pants.
We tested them.
They work. No smell. Listen, eventually I'm going to be sitting in my own dump anyway.
No, but why expedite that process? Look, I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. And the draw of being the first and having it for free. Because look, if this pill works and they put it through testing over the next 10 years on humans and it comes out, this pill's going to be unbelievably expensive, right? So the ability...
You in.
The ability for like normal people to be able to afford it, probably very small. You would have it. But, I mean, Tommy, having no idea what could happen to you... I couldn't take that pill, even if it meant I can go back to eating whatever I wanted from back in the day.
Ooh, boy, think about that.
I know.
Would you miss? Let's say this works
nachos.
the way it's supposed to, right? Kind of like the Ozempic, like where you're eating less. I mean, would you miss like really enjoying a good snack sesh?
Snack sesh.
Snack sesh.
You know, like where you got a pile of food in front of you and you're going to town. Like you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't be able to do that anymore.
You're right, but
like maybe you wouldn't miss it every day, but every now and then, you might miss the taste of that bad food.
I've always wondered, just based on my personality, because you and I mean, it's a food addiction for us, right? Like we've talked about
how oral gratification, eating through it.
Big thing for you. If we took Wegovy or what's the other shot, Ozempic, it wouldn't help us because we're going to eat even though we're not hungry.
I eat through the pain.
Let's say this pill gives me that ability to not want to eat.
Yeah.
I've always wondered, Kimmy, like how normal people decide they're not eating and what normal people...
I think it makes you like nauseous.
No, I'm saying like people that don't have...
They just have regular eating habits.
Yes. Like I've always... like they
take
have
a couple
more...
bites of things and they're done.
And you have more time to do like things in your life where I would have to block off like full hours.
It always freaked me out when I was watching somebody eating something that looks really delicious and they never finished it.
Yeah.
They should drive me nuts. Like, you can only eat a half a sub and leave it for later.
Thank you.
Now is later.
That other half of sub's lonely.
Yes, I'm eating.
Bring it home to its family.
I'm plowing through this pizza, man.
So, like, Kimmy, to answer your question, I get where you're coming from, where, like, that's been such a big part of some people's lives. Where, like, yeah, you would miss that snack sesh, as you put it. But at the same time, maybe you would find other things that made you happy.
Okay.
Maybe? I don't know.
Okay, you could.
I don't know.
I'll never
just
know.
wondering.
I'll never know. All right, so again, we got a lot of time before this pill, if it works, is used in humans. But this may be one of those things, like 10 years from now, it's the biggest thing on the planet. You'd be like, I was listening to this stupid radio show 10 years ago with a man that had a sweater made of Florida skank pubes in his colon.
Thoughts of gambling.
Thoughts of gambling.
Oily stool, which is now staining that sweater.
You want to gamble? No. Why? I'm only thinking about it. Let's take a break. I'm surprised we made it through an entire show.
With what?
Without you mentioning this weather phenomenon yesterday. Because, like, wind and water is big in the news, but
yeah.
Right. It was happening here in Rochester.
Oh, we had a little one show up.
Yeah, there we go. I knew you would immediately know.
Oh, yeah.
How long did you stare at the TV?
I have an app. It alerts me when they show up.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Why?
It's called Spout.
No, it's not.
It's called Spout.
You do not have an app called Spout.
Yes, and it alerts you when it shows up.
We're going to do it.
Yeah.
Next to the
Go ahead.
group.
Go on there.
Going to do it.
Yeah. Check it out.
Good.
Do it.
TMF. Wind spinning water around is big in the news this week.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Last week, too. But there was some wind spinning water around in the greater Rochester area yesterday. Yeah. And it made a hell of a news story.
Yeah, they're not that common.
I can't believe that we made it an entire 4 hours in this room without you mentioning this once.
Boy, there's so much going on, Pat. But it was on the news last night.
I know.
Yeah, but I knew about it before the news did.
I don't believe what you're saying. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. I'm going to read you the tweet from James Gilbert, who is one of the meteorologists over
he's one of the top guys.
He's actually very tall. I know you're probably into him because he dresses well. He's a tall man, and he's got a haircut you can set your watch to. The tweet.
Yeah.
Water spout alert. Not one, but two. Nearly 3 water spouts are moving over Lake Ontario this morning, just north of Sodus Bay. That was yesterday morning.
Yeah.
And you said you already knew about the water spout. Why is that?
I got an app.
You don't have an app.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I got the Spout app.
Like, you'd be such a better liar if you didn't have that stupid half a smile when you said things out loud. Shut up. You're such a dick. And here's the thing. It's believable because you are dumb enough to get an app that would tell you when there's a water spout.
But they should have one.
Shut up.
Yeah, but there are only people that would, like, live near lakes and places like this that could happen would even care.
And even those
people...
No,
I like to know.
Why?
I don't know.
So you would care if it happened on a lake, like, 500 miles away?
Right, and it happens off the shores or something like that? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask some stupid questions, and you're not the man to answer it, so I need help. 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because this became a huge story yesterday in Rochester. Like, people were tweeting about it and talking
well, it was such a clear day, too.
Are water spouts dangerous?
I don't know.
Only if you're on the water. If they hit land, they stop. So they die.
Thank you. What I'm saying is if I'm in a boat.
Yeah,
I think,
you could be screwed.
Isn't that,
But if you see one, if you're on land, it's not going to come across land like a tornado. So what I'm saying is once they hit land, they die.
I got it. So if I'm in a boat and a water spout's coming at me, that thing's going to F me up.
Yeah.
You need to get out of that goddamn boat, son.
Where am I going? It's just the water around me.
You can't really. Yeah, you don't know what direction it's going.
I mean, if you're out there, you're in trouble.
Okay, so like, are there instances of people being hurt by water spout?
I think it just happened recently in the Mediterranean.
I meant locally. Okay, in the Mediterranean.
No, because it was like it destroyed
Spanish
a yacht.
spout.
Oh, that was that story you guys were talking about because you love talking about stupid boats.
We do.
Yeah, it sunk
that was
yacht.
a big old boat went down.
And that famous dude was on it.
Who's that?
I don't know, some rich guy.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make a joke. I thought you were gonna make up a famous Spanish name. El Conquistador Gonzalez.
Wait, he died?
Shut up.
But I'm pretty sure, it was a water spout that took it out.
And you should have texted El Conquistador Gonzalez, with your app that you have, Spout, which tells you when water spouts show up.
I have an app for Conquistador.
I also want to know, because yesterday was a pretty chilly day. Like, are there people like waiting, like photographers and stuff that sit on the shore and kind of like wait for these things to pop up?
So it looks like these are weather cameras that just keep an eye on the horizon.
Lake.
Yeah, there it is. But so can you predict when water spouts are gonna?
I don't think so. It's like tornadoes; they just pop up.
That's horrifying.
Yeah,
that is horrifying. So you're telling me I could just be out in my boat in the middle of the lake?
They're pretty rare.
There was three of them yesterday.
Yeah, but take out yesterday.
A couple times.
There'll probably be less today.
How many water spouts on average does the greater Rochester area get?
Maybe it's hard to count because unless you see them, nobody knows it happened.
Really?
Right?
And I don't think they last long either.
No?
I don't think they go that long.
Okay, again, you did what I always tell you not to do because you don't have to respond. Right. You don't have to give an answer. If your sentence starts with, I think, don't say it.
No, I don't think.
Because nothing you've ever thought has been correct. Kimmy's on it. Like, Kimmy is our answer woman. She can give us everything.
All right.
How long do you think water spouts last for?
I bet you they don't go. I bet you they don't go more than a mile.
You did it again.
Well, think about when tornadoes hit. They don't go that long.
I don't know anything about tornadoes.
You see them on the TV all the time.
I'm scared of them, but I don't know. I don't watch 24/7.
It's rare that a tornado would go super long.
We've had the AccuWeather channel on for 4 hours. Yeah. This is not my life normally. I know this is your life. This is not my life.
I don't like that girl.
He's bitching about the meteorologist on the AccuWeather channel.
She's got a lousy outfit on. What do you want from me?
Okay, so it says, back in 2020, the Great Lakes produced a new record high of 232 water spouts from the end of September to October 4th.
That's all the Great Lakes?
In a month? Still, it's a lot. You break it down, that's like...
Yeah, so that...
That's all the Great Lakes.
That was in 1 week. That amount of water spouts over the Great Lakes in 1 week.
It's 5 Great Lakes, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so 5 divided... That's 5 divided by 200
is a lot.
They usually happen in the early fall, so that makes sense.
Per?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20. That's 40 water spouts in a week per lake.
Yeah. That's a lot. Well, the lake was angry, my friend.
What are you doing,
spouting off?
Doing Gordon Lightfoot all this?
And by the way, they can last between 2 and 20 minutes. So that's kind of a long time.
How? You could not
2 minutes, two lousy minutes.
Larger water spouts can last up to an hour.
You are the dumbest person.
It's been that one out there since the 50s.
Hello, baby.
This is Big Spout speaking.
You know, for a man that's got an app that'll tell him all this information, you sure don't know jack about water spouts, you idiot. That is terrifying.
But listen, man, I mean, obviously, you don't hear a lot of people getting injured by them.
You know why? Because they just get swept away.
So what it is, we would know.
Well, it does happen, it seems like, when the weather's a little cooler, so maybe less boats out there anyways.
Okay. But
all right, so it's fine.
All right, but are boaters aware of this? Like, do boaters, when they see like the temperature drop quickly, do they not go out on the water? I mean, there are people that are out on the water no matter what. They have
there's guys fishing and stuff.
Yeah, chartered fishing boats. I'm never going in the
Will
water.
you stop being so pansy about the water?
You know nothing about what we're talking about. You have proven.
I know spouts.
No, you literally have proven the 4 things you said out loud could not have been more wrong.
By the way, I boated with my old man for years.
Yeah.
Never saw a water spout.
I think that it
once.
seems like it happens more on lakes.
Yeah.
No, we used to get them in Florida.
Did you hear what she said?
I don't know. That just says it's more common on larger bodies of
Miami
water, like the
had
Great
one
Lakes.
downtown in the bay.
Oh, my God. Get out of here.
Yes.
Spouting on the dock of the bay. That's why Otis Redding ain't here no more. Got taken away by a spout containing the ghost
No,
of Big Papa.
Florida gets spouts.
Hello, baby. I don't like this at all.
Well, you're not boating anyway.
Yeah.
What do you care?
Why do you say that like it's a slam? You don't even know boats, bro. You think you know boats, but you don't.
You don't. Like you got a doctor wife. You're never going to buy a boat.
Yeah, why would I want a boat?
That's for prestige.
I'm
To
not
show off.
prestige.
Show people you got money and made it in life.
My old man's got a boat. He looked prestigious.
Very.
He's popping balloons that are falling on top of his head.
I'll tell you, there's nothing that says you got money like a yacht. That's it.
Okay.
You own a yacht, you got bank.
I can't afford a yacht.
Not now, but your wife's moving up the chain.
What do you think? She's as high as she goes. She has peaked. She's so great.
You got a nice little boat, nice little tub.
I don't want a boat. Why don't you get a boat?
I can't afford it at my age. I'm on a fixed income.
You're the only
the
man
perfect age for a boat.
Yeah, but I ain't got no bank.
And you know all the the terms.
Maybe I'll go in with your old man because I know he wants a boat.
Oh man.
Like my dad. Yeah, you don't want a boat with my dad.
You don't want a boat with me either.
So it's perfect. Maybe it'll work out. Like 2 negatives attracting each other. That doesn't have
Just fighting over the name would be bad.
Docksucker, right?
That's the one I want. Is that the greatest name ever, man?
We're going to give you a pair of tickets.
All right.
If you log on to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of seats to see the 5 p.m. performance of Tom Segura come together Sunday, May 25th at the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale Friday. That's this Friday, October 11th, 10 a.m. Ticketmaster.com. So log on. Good luck from your friends on CMF. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a rubber. For a Wednesday break room CMF to make tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Maybe we could just play that whole break where the chief of police from Irondequoit called the show and you were a big
and I was respectful.
Bitch. Yes, officer. Yes, no, absolutely.
Respect authority. Something that's lacking in this country.
Is that? Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Man, Big Daddy, put my foot down. You can't tell me what to do. I'm anti-authority. Yes, officer. I understand that you're calling just to clear up a question about a marijuana
I don't want to get
test.
tased.
He can't tase you over the phone.
Oh, you don't know that.
Tase me through the phone. So we got that and a whole bunch more. Kimmy got it. Don't shake your head. You got it.
No, I was shaking my head at Tommy laughing.
Okay, thank you. Look, when I do jokes just for us, I need you to back me up on this. He's far too old to get that.
Yeah, I know. I thought we were just gonna blow by that.
No.
Okay.
Bothered me. All right, we got to get out of the way.
Right.
For Kimmy, just leaves a man hanging out on an island, watching a water spout go by. For Tommy Ulay,
yes,
who is the world's...
currently developing the Spout app as we speak.
Tell me that wouldn't be a hit.
Why? You wouldn't watch it.
Yes, I would. I would look at I would check the alerts.
Spout alert. There's a spout, guys.
Yeah, maybe it's nearby.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.